Yeah, I was supposed to talk about this like 2 days ago, a day ago. But I wanted to discuss this fight. I thought Cameron won this fight. I thought he was gonna win this fight going into the fight because it was a huge step up fight, especially from what I did. I thought that maybe from what I seen, Cameron's gonna come into the fight in better shape than he was the last fight, which he was. Um, I thought going the distance with Lyndon Arthur was a big deal. I thought he had a good chance of actually winning that fight before he fought Lyndon Arthur. Even though he didn't have that many fights recently. And then jumping Ben Whittaker, what was a huge red flag was this was only his second 10-round fight. And I'm like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? I was like, no way. He's going against a Mack truck right now. Somebody who's a lot hungrier right now. I think a lot more skilled. And people really thought, because what the headlines are saying right now is, and I don't want to get caught up in that, they're saying, oh yeah, well, Whittaker quit. Yeah, he did as far as the result he did at the end of the fight, how he jumped out of there and everything else, but Cameron definitely made him quit, and I feel like he won the fight. That's the two things that happened. I think he made him quit because the way I seen Whittaker in that fifth round, I was like, no way he's going the distance. Just off his motor alone, and then the type of when the camera started to turn it up, it was going all bad after that. And that was a very good fight. That was gonna be fight of the year. That's how good the fight was. I think when they was talking back and forth at the press conference, I don't know what everybody else saw. I guess they thought they was just talking. But they did a lot more things in the ring than they did talking at the press conference. So that kind of heated everything up for me. I was like, oh, they gonna go in the ring and do something now. I think a lot of people were just thinking that they were talking, and they got to the ring and they got to fight. They let their hands go in that fight. They let their hands go in that fight. But Whittaker started off fast, but he didn't have enough, man. Once Cameron started turning it up, he didn't know what to do. He started to try to clinch. That didn't work. He couldn't throw the jab no more. He couldn't block combinations, couldn't win no exchanges. Started to get on the bike a little bit. And at the end of that round, when he grabbed him, before he grabbed him, I was thinking in my mind, the next round, he looked like he gonna get stopped. That's what I was thinking about. I said he gonna get stopped. I thought he was gonna get stopped that last round. If it was 30 more seconds, he would have got stopped. But when he grabs him, because they didn't clinch that much the whole entire fight. So when he grabbed him, I'm like, why is he grabbing him? Then he goes back, boom. And the angle they had, you couldn't really see him whip his head back. What's going on, Blank Man? You couldn't really see him whip his head back. You doing all right? We up early today. But yeah, that was a good fight. I want to go back and watch it. I didn't want to go back and watch it again until I talked about it first, but it was kind of hard not to watch it again. I'm gonna watch it as soon as I get off. Yeah, it did. I know, man. Ben Motor was exhausted before he did that. He looked like he had enough energy to keep going the way he flipped him over the rope. So in my eyes, it looked like he had a lot of energy. He had a lot of energy. But yeah, I had been getting beat bad in this fight. I had did a live on it the day before. I warned everybody. I was like, I know people thought I was talking about the fight too much, but I just seen the writing on the wall. Second 10-round fight, and then Liam Cameron, probably a lot more skill. You said a quitter. Yeah, I agree with you on that, but I will say this. What he did is basically what he did, we kind of agree on that. What he did basically quit, but the reason why he did the things he did was because Cameron was beating the crap out of him. We was only in round 5. And Cameron was beating him up so bad that he's like, hey, I'm finna flip over these ropes. That's the thing that makes it bad to me. And they should have gave Cameron the win. I think if you would have gave Cameron the win, it wouldn't have made things look as bad as it do now. Now you didn't give him the win. The dude then flipped over the ropes. Then he didn't continue to fight, almost ruined the card after having a good fight on there. Cameron was beating the crap out of him. So how does he not get the win? But I'm glad all the fans agreed on this though, the way it turned out. I just didn't think that Whittaker, he didn't have enough, man. He's moving too fast. He was going against a boxer who he thought wasn't elite, and he got elite skills. Don't let the record fool you. And I think he read into the headlines too much. I seen it coming in, like when he had all the cameras and stuff, and he was doing all the blogging. I was like, yeah, I hope he's ready and prepared and stuff. And it just wasn't like that. And there was a lot of hype behind Whittaker too, man. There's a lot of hype behind these guys. I keep saying it, but fans will think. But shoot, I'm gonna be, hey, I'm not finna be wrong or strong. Yeah, I try to tell people about it. But Whittaker, I think but this is the point that people don't understand though. Whittaker's a good fighter. He just got beat up by a fighter who's better than he is. Like, even if it wasn't Ben Whittaker in the ring, if it was somebody else in the ring, Liam Cameron would have beat them up too. Liam Cameron gonna beat somebody else up too. Ben Whittaker ain't the only one. My thing is the judging. Well, why we couldn't give that fight to Liam Cameron? We doing a draw? I think they had something like 57, something like that. I'm like, man, what kind of scoring are they doing? Just bad, man. He said I wasn't overly impressed with being in his last fight. Yeah, I wasn't overly impressed with him in last 2 or 3 fights. He only got 8 fights. Sometimes it don't matter, but sometimes it does matter. But I think more so, where I disagree with a lot of people is, and it's just me, where I see people paint it as they're saying like, oh well, it was Ben Whittaker's fault. He wouldn't have been ready for that because he's not on that level right now. It's not that he's not good. It's that he got beat by a fighter that's better than he is. Nah, Ben Whittaker ain't no young dude. He's 27 years old. He's a grown man. I had just realized that too, but I had to keep reminding myself. But the way people talking about him, they talking about him like he a teenager. Yeah, he's 27. Yeah, you know, the way people talk about him, talking about like he's young, so that's why we forget that he's 27. But yeah, I had said the day before on my live, I was like, man, Ben Whittaker finna get embarrassed. He finna get beat up, man. And I don't know. Sometimes I be talking to myself on here. I'm starting to realize, so didn't nobody really hear what I was saying, but he went out there and got whooped though. It's on record. I still got the live up. But yeah, I had to change my pick to Liam Cameron. I knew he was finna get whooped. I be seeing these upsets coming. Cause I thought Cameron was gonna whoop Lyndon Arthur, but I was like, I don't know. Lyndon Arthur just fought Bivol, and Cameron ain't been that active. But with Whittaker, I was like, shoot. But I think Cameron still got Lyndon Arthur though in that fight. Shoot, I thought Lyndon Arthur was finna get stopped. I thought Lyndon Arthur was finna get stopped in that fight. I thought he was finna get stopped. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I seen him at Olympics one time, and then I seen him like the past year or two. Yeah, you right. Me too. Yeah, me too. I haven't really seen him that much. He don't got that many fights either. So yeah, he don't got that many fights. They said take the rematch. I mean, they gotta give the rematch. If they giving one, they ain't talked about a rematch yet. You saw a rematch that happened on Bitter Biv and Bivol too. I hope Bitter Biv and Bivol happen again because I think I got Bitter Biv stopping Bivol the next time they fight. He said he was hurt too. Yeah, next time they fight, I got Bitter Biv stopping Bivol. And then Bivol gonna say, you know what? I should have just walked away the first fight. If they put Bivol in the ring with Bitter Biv again, he getting stopped. Bitter Biv said he hurt too. He was hurt. And he almost got stopped the last fight. He said, did I score for Bitter Biv? Absolutely. Absolutely. What are we talking about? Absolutely. I did the fight live on here. I be on here live every time. I be on here live doing fights. Every fight I be on here live. Yeah, I scored it for Bitter Biv. I know why people scored it for Bivol, but that's a. I haven't heard nobody really break the fight down or talk about breaking the fight down. So I think at this point, trying to break the fight down would be a complete waste of time. But yeah, with Cameron, I thought that he did a good job, man. He won that fight. For that fight to be a draw, that was a real robbery. People are saying Ben Whittaker quit. So if you thought he quit, what does that mean? He got beat, right? You said you start getting notifications. Yeah, it won't be popping up like that. Yeah, they start him a notification. Yeah, I gotta start posting it back on the But yeah, every fight I'll be on here. Bro, I'm telling you. Yeah, every fight I'll be on here. But usually what goes on, I'm gonna tell you, Blake, man, what really goes on. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna come back on more in the morning. But what usually happens with the Bitter Biv and Bivol situation is, I'm gonna tell you what happens. We don't really have nobody really can explain where they learn how to score a fight at. Like nobody has any. If you ask anybody right now, hey, where you learn how to score a fight at? Nobody really learns how to score a fight, honestly. So if they see a guy fighting a guy with those combinations, a lot of people thought Pacquiao beat Floyd. A lot of people thought that if you just look at the fights this year that was close, a lot of people thought that Fury beat Usyk. A lot of people don't know how to score a fight. No matter what fight it is. It can be Bivol, it can be Canelo, um just a lot of people don't know how to score a fight though. That's really what it is. So I'm here. So I've already broken down to a science. So I'll just say a little bit of it. But and I'm gonna tell you why Bitter Viv won the fight. I'm gonna break it down to you real quick. If you go back and look at rounds, we could just say round 4 to 12. You can already see that half of those fights, half of those rounds, Dimitri Bivol had his hands up to his face. Like 75% of those rounds. He had his hands up to his face, wasn't throwing combinations no more. People say he was running. I'm not judging the fight off of somebody pressuring or running. I'm above that level. I'm talking about having your hands up to your face. And he almost got stopped in that fight. Nobody even mentions that he almost got stopped in that fight. The fact that nobody mentions that he almost got stopped in that fight, I think breaking down that fight is a waste of time. He almost got stopped in that fight. And I was hoping that he go 12. So I knew when he almost got stopped in that fight. The fact that people don't even bring that up, and a lot of boxers don't know how to break down fights either. We've already seen that. We've seen boxers do commentating, and they've done a horrible job. So we already know that boxers don't know how to break down fights. So I'm not surprised a lot of them are wrong. But when you throw combinations, a lot of people, they pick the combinations over single shots. If they see a guy throwing single shots and another guy throwing combinations, they gonna automatically think, okay, the guy who throwing combinations is dominating. But if you look at the last 4 or 5 rounds, he had hands up to his face. But don't take my word for it, you know what I'm saying? Just understand that if Bitter Bill says that he fought that fight hurt and that he didn't have a good performance, he said that Bivol had the best performance he could have, but I didn't have my best performance. I was hurt. So that lets me know right there. And then a lot of times too, people don't watch 50-50 fights for real. If you really think about it, a lot of people don't watch 50-50 fights like that. Most of the time when the fight's that close, people always yell robbery. So that alone right there lets you know that I love when fights like this happen, because you find out who really don't know how to score a fight. You find out who really a casual. You find out who don't know how to judge a fight. You find out that fans call 50-50 fights robberies now. And it's just like, you said, do you see Bivol win in the rematch? Bro, I'm telling you, this is the year of 2024. We have video evidence right now. If I'm lying about anything I'm saying right now, you can just hit the dislike every time. If I'm lying about anything I'm saying, go back and watch rounds 7 through 12 and tell me just count how long Bivol had his hands up to his face and how long he was moving around. And I want you to also count what round it was. I think it might have been the 10th or 11th that he almost got stopped. It was a round he almost got stopped that nobody's even mentioning. I'm telling you, the man almost got stopped in the fight, and people haven't even mentioned it. I think at this point, it's been what? When the fight happened? Saturday? So it's been Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, today Wednesday. So it's been 4 days since the fight happened. Ain't nobody mentioned that Dimitri Bivol had his hands up to his face the last 4 rounds. And nobody's mentioned that nobody's mentioned that Bitter Bill threw like 200 more punches than him. You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of fans of Bitterbeef has actually been kind of chill about the whole results because I'm not saying fans of Bitterbeef because I'm a fan of Bivol, but a lot of fans, I mean, people who think Bitterbeef won, they haven't really been trying to jump around and explain the fight because, I mean, they know that he almost got stopped, bro. I seen a lot of people recently said, "Well, I watched the fight recently without the commentary on, and now I think that, bro, you should have watched the fight the first time without the commentary on. If you can't, you might as well watch the radio. Listen, we might as well listen to the fight on the radio then. There's no, you might as well listen to the fight like on the radio, like it's in the 1940s or something. They don't even see. People can't even see what they're seeing. Like they see what they seeing, but they hearing the commentating, and it's like, oh, well, they saying that Bivol is landing this and this. Bro, I got a picture right now with Bitterbeef ain't got a scratch on him. And Bivol is beat down. He almost got stopped. It's sad that people can't even mention that. And you got people who've been boxing for 30, 40 years in their life, and nobody's mentioned that he almost got stopped. And I didn't want him to get stopped because I wanted him to go 12. I thought Bitterbeef would win, but I'm hoping Bill will win. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, he started off fast. He finna get him. But usually when you're in a fight, though, people will pick the guy who throwing combinations over the guy who throwing single shots. Boom, 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 boom. So when Bitterbeef just throwing single shots, they don't know what he doing. They don't know how hard it hurts. They're not thinking, they're like, okay, well, he's just throwing single shots and Bivol throwing combinations. Yeah, he is throwing combinations. He was doing well for a long time. But then, after a while, he showed that he gassed out. That's one thing that happened that Bivol could have controlled. He gassed out. His motor is better than Bitterbeef's. What happened? He didn't continue to punch like he did the first 6 rounds. The last 6 rounds he was not throwing like that. Yeah, that's about it. And you can look all this up. This video evidence. Yeah, the commentary will destroy certain people. I mean, I've seen a fight before where I thought certain things, but then I was wrong. But nah. Then I heard Andre Ward say, "Well, I thought Bivol won." I can't believe Andre Ward said that because I've seen Andre Ward fight Kovalev, get dropped, and he fought the same way that Bitterbeef did. So I'm thinking in my mind like, that was the same type of fight you had against Kovalev. So I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, he picking Bitterbeef? He picking Bivol in that fight? Okay. Boxing has changed. What's a possible upset for 2025? I don't know. I got a lot of them right this year. I'm gonna do a episode where I'm gonna talk about upsets we got right this year. I know. Didn't you pick Bacoli over Jared Anderson? I think that's a pick you had. But he said I think a lot of Canelo fans are root for Bivol. Man, it's a lot of Canelo fans root for Bivol. It's not really nobody talking about Bitterbeef versus Canelo. So at this time right now, I think boxing it's gonna be. Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch Chris Colbert tonight. The fact that we're not even people scared. Hey, you know what's crazy? I love boxing. Oh my God, I love boxing. I'm telling you, this is the reason I love boxing right here. I'm gonna tell you why. Hey, let me just say, let's just say, because I am a Canelo fan. I'm a fan of Canelo, so people say, well, I think that Bill will beat Bitterbill. So if you think Bill will beat Bitterbill, why don't you? And that would make Bitterbill the easier fight, right? Between Bibble and between Bibble and Bitterbill be the easier fight, right? Since a lot of people think he beat Bibble beat him. Why don't Canelo fight Bitterbill? I haven't heard anybody say anything about that. Yeah, I had Ryo. Who else I had? Um, I switched my mind to Daniel Dubois right before the fight happened. I don't know if that counts, so I ain't gonna claim that one. But Ryo, who else? Oh, Paro, Liam Paro. That was another one. Yeah, I still gotta do my fight prediction for Ngannou, man. I don't even know what the guy he fight looks like. I got like 10 predictions right on that UFC 307 card though. I think it was 307, wasn't it? With Alex on there. I got like 10 predictions right on that card. I even got that Tim Means fight right. I think Tim Means he won by submission. I had got that right. I think that bet was like plus 500. Yeah, that Bacoli upset, that was huge. I ain't gonna lie, I was picking Bacoli. I ain't never doing it again though. I was picking Bacoli, but I went with Jared Anderson. I was like, I'm just gonna roll with him. Man, I ain't never doing that again. That was dumb. Yeah, Bitterbill hurt Canelo, man. They ain't gonna mention Bitterbill and Canelo. They already, you know what's crazy in boxing? They already talking about Bitterbill versus Benavidez. And people know I'm a Benavidez fan, but why are we even so now people acting like Dave Morrell the big bad wolf, but now they already planning fights for after David Morrell versus Benavidez. I'm like, all right, man. That just proved right there, y'all just trying to slow this man down. There's gonna be a lot of cars on this weekend. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That dude taller than Francis Ngannou. Yeah, I think if Bibble would have kept throwing though, he would have ended up. Man, he could have stopped him. This is the best time to get him right now. If he said he was hurt, man, he should have kept throwing. I thought Bibble would have been. I thought he would have outpunched him. That was kind of shocking that he got outpunched. Didn't think that was gonna happen. You saw all UFC cards this year, super cards. I actually like the undercards better than I have the main event. I think the undercard for that last card was good. I mean the Alice fight was good, but um who was the one guy? It was like the only fight I got wrong. It was the co-main event or the fight before that. He said Zane. I don't know. Zane got to beat Parker. Zane might not make it past Parker. Nah, they just got Zane waiting on. I mean, they got Parker. He got a rematch clause, so he can't do nothing. That's why. See, Parker and Zane got a rematch clause. You said Bitterbill and Benavidez. Who you taking? I'm going with I don't know, man. I'm going with Benavidez right now. I always went with Benavidez. So I'm going with Benavidez on that one. I think Benavidez can go punch for punch with him. So I'm gonna go with Benavidez. Oh yeah, Max Holloway fighting this weekend. Okay. Oh, Whittaker versus I forgot how to say that guy's name. I know who that is though. He's fighting this weekend. Bet. Oh yeah, that John Jones card coming up. I want to see that. Yeah, man, I've been getting back in the UFC. I got them fights right, so that kind of made me confident. Let me know I know what's going on. There's not too many guys wrestling right now either. There's a lot of stand up going on. A lot of these guys' ground game is terrible. That's the only thing I don't like about UFC right now. The ground game is trash right now. Takedown defense good, but the ground game is horrible. Hey, is Whittaker the guy who fought recently and he beat the guy up? Didn't Whittaker beat the guy up last fight, but he got robbed? Didn't Whittaker get robbed in the last fight? Not Ben Whittaker. I'm talking about the guy from UFC. Did he get robbed in the other fight he was in? It was somebody like that I bet on. Forgot his name. He got robbed. Yeah, you said Zane versus Parker is next. Oh yeah, absolutely. They're gonna make Zane versus Parker. You said you heard Zane calling out Dubois. Yeah, if Dubois, he gonna rematch Joshua though, so Zane wasting his time. And what's crazy is Zane could have fought Dubois before he fought Wilder, but he didn't beat Joseph Parker. Yeah, William Skull, Howard Davies, Tim Zoo. Yeah, it's gonna be loaded this weekend. I can't wait. Yeah, it's a lot of Anthony Yarde fighting. Yeah, he snuck in on. I still don't know who he's fighting. They haven't put his opponent out there. I don't know who he's finna fight. Remember UFC 3 when they both tried each other in the last 10 seconds? They told Holloway to do that 10 seconds. Oh yeah. uh, hey, UFC 300 was good though. That was a good card. That Sphere card was amazing though. It's gonna be nothing like that again. Yeah, they got so many cards coming on. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna squeeze in this Ngannou card because I know it. I don't know. I might have to do all of them on one. Man, it's gonna be a lot of fights on this weekend. It sucks. I know a hard Davis gonna be early. Oh, that's who he's fighting? Bet. Write that down. Yeah, I was trying to figure out who he gonna fight. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of boxing coming on. Especially with Boxer around now. You know, with Vince Malone. Boxer got a lot of fighters right now. Yeah, he was just naming the fights this Saturday. Tim Zoo fighting this weekend. Um, Ahara Davies fighting Adam Azim with Anthony Yard on the undercard. Then that William Skull versus Vladimir Shishkin. Both of those gonna be on early though. That Vladimir Shishkin and Ahara Davies fight, that's gonna be on early. So like around this time. So that Tim Tszyu fight, it's gonna be on later. So I don't know. I might be able to catch Ngannou after Tim Tszyu, but I don't know. It might be on late. I know they're gonna have I don't want to get his name. Daniel Blancas. He gonna be on the card. And Daniel Blancas, he at what weight class? See, I already in my mind I already got some super fights in my mind for the future. I just can't put them out there. But I want to make sure. But I got a couple of super fights in my mind already to where I can see him. Yeah, I got a couple of them in my mind already. Man, I thought he was a middleweight. I wasn't sure. Pay-per-view main event starts at. Oh, it starts at 4 p.m. Oh, where the fight's at? Oh, so he's fighting earlier in the day. Okay, I might do something. Oh, okay. Oh, so I'm gonna catch that early then. Bet. Yeah, Cyborg's on there. Oh, it's in the UK? Good. That means it's gonna come on early. Bet. Yeah, I can watch all those together. That Shishkin fight is in Germany, so I don't know. That fight might come on like an hour earlier or 2 hours earlier. Yeah, he's gonna be done by the time way before. Oh, so they'll line up perfect. I've been liking the UK undercards lately though. Yeah, I've been watching the undercards lately. I might miss those, but I'll watch the replay. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be. I forgot some. So you got Anthony Yard or Hard Davies. Yeah, I think Adam Azim gonna get that, but it's gonna be tough. Hard Davies back against the wall right now. He said when Anderson had that bear for, I had my laptop screen on and UFC 300 on the big screen. Oh, you did? He said he had UFC 300 on the big screen. Yeah, I tried to watch both of them. I think I still caught some fights on. Yeah, I turned that off. I think I turned that Anderson fight off like with 2 or 3 rounds left. Yeah, William Skulls in Germany. I say somebody on his undercard. It'd be hard for me to get those German fights. I tried to get a fight one day. They said you got to be in Africa to get the fight. I was like, what? You got to be literally in Africa, like your Wi-Fi and everything, your whole IP. I'm like, that's insane. Usyk versus Fury undercard. It's cool. I mean, they got Marjamov and Bullchick on there. I mean, they tried. They should. They could have did a little better. They could have did a little better. They could have did a little better in my eyes. They got a lot of heavyweights out here, so they could have made some matches. I mean, they trying to add Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen in the picture. I mean, I think those guys cool. That's a decent fight, but the other fights, I don't know about those. I don't know. Sometimes the fights will end up being good though. Kakashi and Cordina fight was good. I wasn't too high on that fight, but it was all right until the referee messed it up. Yeah, I got Majumov in that fight against Bullshit. He gonna be back in the picture. Yeah, Bullshit. He on the tough run right now. If he get through this, he gonna be the 2025 Daniel Dubois. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a lot of guys that's gonna be on some tough runs. Yeah, Turkey out of sheep putting pressure on people. You can either try to make this money now and take these matchups, or yeah, Majumov hit harder than Ortiz. Ortiz been out a lot though. He's been out for a long time, and he's hasn't went the distance that much in his career. So it's a lot of things that played into Ortiz. That fight being close. If he was like 100% been active, he would have stopped him. But Ortiz ain't been active like that, and he's not a 54, so it's kind of like the same situation that Terrence Crawford had. But Terrence Crawford ain't get dropped though. Yeah, I thought Boycheck edged it out, man. People. That's what I'm saying, bro. I was like, Blank man, that's when I was like, bro, I don't know if we should be scoring fights, because at that point we always gonna disagree about scoring fights. It gotta be like clear cut, like obvious when somebody wins. If it's a close fight, we always gonna disagree. But yeah, I thought Boycheck did enough. He almost got stopped though. Turkey favorite fighter. Oh, you know what's crazy? People were saying that Turkey wanted Bitterfield to win. He was going Turkey was going for Dimitri Bivol. That was funny to me. People said Turkey was going for Bitterfield. That's why he was getting mad. I'm like, nah, he was going for Bivol. I don't know what guy you talking about. The guy he got dropped by the smaller guy. I'm trying to think of who you talking about. Yeah, them Ukrainians, they tough. I wonder what old boy gonna do against Boots Ennis. You know, he fighting that Ukrainian guy again. I wonder if that guy gonna go in there and try to let his hands go. It is a fight for a belt, so yeah, those Ukrainian guys, they tough. They be training for a long time and the amateurs a long time. Oh yeah, Chamberlain. Chamberlain. That was a tough fight I had to pick though, cause I wanted to go with Padley. You talking about Padley? Dropped Chamberlain. Man, I wanted Padley. Oh, he like Chamberlain? Yeah, I like Chamberlain too. That was a tough fight to pick though, I ain't gonna lie. That was a very tough fight. A lot of these fights been 50-50, so it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be a tough. I think it's gonna be a lot better next year, but it's been a tough year so far. He said Bam don't want no parts of Juntown at all. I don't know why people. I don't know why people don't. I be getting in trouble for saying that, Blake, man. I bring up that Bam and Juntown because I be hearing people say certain things like, "Oh, this guy pound for pound." Like, nah, everybody at them smaller weights ain't finna be top 5 pound for pound. That ain't what we doing. We already trying to squeeze guys like Usyk and Fury in top 5 or Bitterbill or Bibble. So I before the fight even happened between Bitterbill and Bibble, I had already said I'm not dropping Bibble out of top 5 pound for pound. That's not gonna happen. Even if and I don't keep up with pound for pound. I'm just saying if I did, like, figuratively. I don't think that performance gets you put out of pound for pound. Yeah, it was a close fight though. I thought Bibble had that fight in the bag. I ain't gonna lie, I thought it was a close fight. But after a while, I seen his face recently. I'm like, yeah, he was getting tagged. He was getting tagged, man. It's hard to score a fight between Bitterbill because it looked like he ain't doing nothing. To be honest with you, if you really look at it, it looks like he's not doing nothing. But that dude got bare knuckles on his fist. Fight with bare knuckles. Yeah, it's been disgusting what he been doing. Who's your fighter of the year so far? That's a very good question. Um, it's a good question. I could say Dubois right now. I'm gonna make a list. I got Daniel Dubois. If I had to just do a list off my head right now, I would say Daniel Dubois. Um, I got let me say I got Nick Ball. Um, I got Usyk. And I got Bitterbill on there. And I got Terrence Crawford and one more person on there. Who's another person I got on there? For this year, I had to think about that sixth one. I say anyway was like in the top last year, but the matchups he had this year is like for fighter of the year. Nah, I don't think so. Nick Baldwin fought way better competition than last. Nick Ball has fought Isaac Dogba. He fought Nick Ball just fought a tougher 122 than he just did, but he fought Isaac Dogba. He fought who was at the Dogba? Ray Vargas. He fought Ray Ford, and then he fought Ronnie Rios. So his last 4 opponents been better than what Inoue been fighting. So yeah, he definitely going on fight of the year. I think he fought Dogba in the UK too. I think Fury want to still make the oh man, I gotta turn this off. I think Fury still want to make the Anthony Joshua fight, but it's gonna be tough, man. His back against the wall. At this point right now, it looks like he been handling the dang, Ray Vargas ain't fought since then. Dang, I thought he fought recently. They were supposed to do a rematch. They were gonna do a rematch. Dang, he ain't fought since then. He was supposed to fight on this next card coming up. This Tank card. He was supposed to fight what's the guy name? Might have been Fulton or Figueroa or somebody. Oh yeah. Cavier. I picked Cavier upset. Makhmadov and Sanchez. Yeah, Cavier. That's what I was thinking of. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I wanted to put Espinosa on there. He ain't fought that much. And I don't want to put two guys in the same division up there. So I was like, nah. I'll go with Nick Ball on that one. But yeah, Cavier, that's a good one. He slept on, man. He's one. I'm telling you, he go out there and upset Bacoli or something, bro. It's no. And I'm just telling people, like, the way this guy been fighting, I don't know. He ain't just beat those guys. He put them to sleep immediately. He beat those guys like inside 6 rounds. He beat those guys the way Joe Joyce got beat against Zane. So he's a threat. And he beat some good guys. Mamadov and Sanchez can fight. He made them look like some prospects. Yeah, they're talking about now that Fury can fight Usyk probably 3 times and stuff. I'm like, man. So now the fans is kind of moving on. Yeah, Bacoli go out there and beat Cavier. Him and Daniel Dubois is going to basically shift the heavyweight division towards the new era. It's gonna be a new era in a minute. Could have happened a lot faster. Really, these guys like Usyk and Fury and everybody, they should have already fought each other years ago. They should be fighting guys like Cavier and Bacoli right now, if you ask me. Because there's still a lot of heavyweight fights that haven't happened. So they should be fighting each other right now. But I don't think they want to have, I don't think they want to fight these guys. Bacoli's like 281 right now. So Tyson Fury can't really lean on a guy like that. So Bacoli's a threat to Tyson Fury. If you ask me, to be honest with you. So that's somebody I think Tyson Fury would retire before he fights. Not saying he couldn't beat him, but that's just a lot of weight that he has to deal with. He hasn't fought that many guys that big. Like him or Zane. They try to stay away from guys like that. I'm going to do a live on that, though, one day. But yeah, it kind of caught up with Joshua recently, man. These guys are big. These some big heavyweights now. These guys aren't young. Even Joseph Parker's a bigger heavyweight now. You say he made Frank Sanchez look like a retired bodybuilder. Yeah, Frank Sanchez got bodied, man. He got bodied. I think F8, no disrespect, but I think F8 the next one to get knocked off. If F8 don't start fighting some real fighters soon, he gonna get caught on the outside looking in. Then he gonna try to jump in a tough fight and get beat up. He better try to put it together. He been looking better recently, but I think Janovic would beat Canelo would destroy Janovic. He'll stop Janovic. The Janovic days are numbered. I think Janovic days are numbered. You said Shakur. Nah, those guys just fight that way, Nello. Those guys just fight that way. That's why they feel that way about Bivol, the fight being that way. And a lot of times it has to do with commentary, but a lot of times. But then I'm gonna tell you this too. Sometimes we watch a fight one time and it looks a different way. Sometimes you gotta watch a fight twice or three times. And you know when you watch it with certain people, it's hard to pay attention and really focus on the fight like that. But and then sometimes the commentary kind of sways your opinion. Sometimes you're hearing somebody talk for 30 minutes. After a while, it's gonna be like okay. But those guys fight that way. Usually, if you look at every guy who's saying it's a robbery, they usually fight like Bibble. You know what I'm saying? Most of them fight like Bibble. So, yeah, Blake, man, they usually fight like Bibble. Usually, most of the guys that say that. But Bibble's style is hard to break down. That's why when you're talking about Bitterbeard, I mean not Bibble, but Bitterbeard, his style is hard to break down. That's why people stay away from talking about fighters like Bitterbeard or Eastern European fighters because you got to go to a whole nother level to speak about fighters like that. You can't just be no regular guy trying to break down a fight of Bitterbeard. People don't even know, like I was saying after the fight. Bro, I watched the fight only one time and I knew already, okay, Bibble was out punching him as far as in exchanges, but he was getting out jabbed. People don't know it. Like I said recently, like Bitterbeard got one of the best jabs ever. You know what I'm saying? Like he just went 12 rounds with Bibble and he didn't have a scratch on him and all he did was those single shot jabs. This dude was getting out jabbed. Bitterbeard wasn't even throwing the right hand like he was trying to KO him like that. He was out jabbing him. So he like, oh yeah, let's box. So that's one thing that people don't realize. You got outboxed by a power puncher. The dude didn't even try to go for the KO like that. Then when he started pressing the gas in the 11th round, Bibble had his hands up. So like you got to realize the first couple of rounds when Bibble wasn't swinging back, when Bitterbeard wasn't punching back, Bibble was like letting his hands go. As soon as Bitterbeard was like, okay, let's go. Yeah. That's when Bibble said, nope, I'm putting my hands up. And he didn't want to go. He didn't want that action. He didn't want it. And to be honest with you, Bitterbeard wasn't really chasing him like that. They were in the center of the ring. I don't know where people are saying that Bitterbeard was pressuring. They were in the center of the ring most of the fight. He wasn't pressuring him. He didn't have him on the ropes. I don't know what fight. He wasn't on the ropes. So I don't know what kind of pressuring. We've seen Canelo pressure Berlanga and stuff like it was nothing like that. This wasn't no Berlanga versus Canelo. People trying to act like that was Berlanga on the ropes against Canelo. Bibble was in the center of the ring boxing this guy. But he just got out jabbed though. That's the easiest way I can break down the fight. Out of all those punches Bibble thrown, he got out jabbed. And just the last 4 rounds, I think he won like 2 of the last 4 rounds, but before those rounds, he gassed out like the stamina, everything. Really, if Bibble's stamina would have been better, he would have blew Bitterbeard out. But he couldn't go high pace like that for a long time. It would have been an easy blowout though. It was a good fight though. But yeah, y'all right about that though. Boxers usually favor the style they go with, so that's usually the thing they like, which I have no problem with. I see that all the time. Only certain guys can break down certain styles. I think who's a good person that can do that? I think boxers like Antonio Tarver, guys who can do both. He can break down styles. Usually when you have boxers who can do both, who can do like the power style and like the pressuring, and they can box you, usually those guys are better at breaking down fights than a guy who can just, you know what I'm saying? Because usually when you hear Floyd talk about certain fighters, he'll gravitate more towards the fighter who can box and everything and doesn't get hit that much compared to a guy who's pressuring you and things like that. So usually, yeah, guys usually favor their style. So that's not a big deal. But it's eye opening though. I wouldn't say it's biased because everybody looks at a fight differently. But I would say that's scary when you're trying to score a fight. It shows that the judges who actually do score the fights, they're not as wrong as people realize. Like if you listen to boxers after the fight and hear what they have to think about a fight, most of those guys will say the same thing the judges will say on scorecards. It's a lot of people who saw fights a certain way, but it's also scary that some guys got to watch the fight back 2 or 3 times. It's like, woo, if you was a judge, oh my God, your scorecards would be outrageous. Could you imagine being a judge and scoring a fight? And then a couple of days later, you're like, let me watch this fight 2 or 3 times over. And then you realize the other guy won. It's not easy to be a judge, though, when you really think about it. Because I've seen it recently, like last couple of days, most people was like, man, I thought this fight went the other way. And then they said, no, I had to watch it over. I'm like, oh my God, you had to watch it over? I was outside when I saw that Whittaker and Cameron fight. I saw them both on the ground. I thought they knocked each other out till I saw the replay. Yeah, it happened so fast, man, because the way the cameras was, it looked like, I don't even know how to explain it because it happened so fast. Didn't even look like I don't know. It was crazy. It's still hard to explain, man. Yeah, it's still hard to explain. I think that fight was going to be the best fight on the card, though. It could have been fight of the year. The way they was fighting, those first 4 or 5 rounds, I didn't like how the highlights they put out made the fight look kind of cheesy, but it was a very good fight. Yeah, that Foster and Robinson, that was a real robbery. He shouldn't even have to fight this guy over again. But that's how it goes, though. It's just a lot of things that go into that fight. That's why I ain't really commented too much on it because I know why everything went down the way it did, but he still shouldn't have to rematch this guy for a fight he won already. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. He can, and then that kind of scared me too because he got to press and go for a knockout. I'm like, man, come on, man. Now he got to go for a knockout, which is horrible. He shouldn't even have to do all that, but in boxing, that's what goes on these days. That's definitely what goes on in boxing. But I think it's gonna be a good next 3 months in boxing. Though this last couple of months, I think it's gonna be the best months of the year so far. They got a lot more fights split up. He said, "Who you think Haney is fighting?" Twitter said he getting a challenge January. I think. He's fighting before the year ends. I don't know. He could. Right now, they don't got no dates. As far as I'm realizing, he could fight in February or something like that, probably. I haven't heard anything as far as we're in October right now, so he'll need what, an 8-week camp. Maybe he got something set up though. I don't want to say the wrong thing right now. I don't really know. But if he doesn't set anything up late this year, he'll have something early next year. He gonna be in the ring again. I mean, people are requesting for him to fight again. I've heard a lot of requests lately. So people still want to see him fight. Heard a couple people saying he ain't a pay-per-view attraction or something like that. Like, who cares? 99% of these boxers out here they don't fight on pay-per-view. So the pay-per-view conversation is played out. Yeah, Sandor Martinez be a good fight. That'll be a good fight. I wouldn't mind seeing him on ESPN again. I wouldn't mind doing that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him on ESPN because the way Matchroom is, I'm like, bro, Julio versus Martin. Yeah, I can see that possibly happen. Yeah, I can see that happening. I thought that was a fight that could happen, but I don't know, man. They got a lot of stuff going on. Puello might be fighting another Martin. He could fight a Frank Martin. You know, Frank Martin going to 140, so he could be fighting a Frank Martin. They gonna make a way for Devin Haney though. They need him at the in boxing right now. Oh, you said it's confirmed? Yeah, it was confirmed not too long ago. I ain't know if they were still going through with it or not. You talking about Sandor Martin, right? Oh, you said rumor? Yeah, it's been a rumor for a while. Yeah, Sandor Martin. Yeah, 140 is at shambles right now. I don't know what's going on. The only fight we know is the Rayo and Pitbull rematch. They don't get it together soon, we gonna lose the whole division. Everybody's starting to go their own direction. Now Tiafimo going to 147. See, he don't have to leave 140 to find a big fight unless he fights somebody like Boots. But you ain't got to leave 140. 140 got a lot of fighters still. See, I hate when this happens. We get a division that's stacked, and then everybody start going their own way. But usually these guys only stay in the weight class 2 years now, sometimes. That Davis versus Roach undercard is insane. Yeah, it is insane. Yeah, I rock with Davis versus Roach undercard. They got a good undercard. Yeah, you said holding the belt without fighting. I thought I kind of gave up on that last year when that Canelo thing was going on. Yeah, they use it. They just trying to make the best fights happen right now. That could be a rule, but they don't really care about that. They just trying to make whatever fights favor the sales and pay per views. That's what they gonna go with. They better think wisely about that though. If they're gonna do that, they gotta make sure they do that with everybody. Cause there's other guys that sell too. They do that for some guys that don't even sell though. So I don't know if that's true. I can't really say that. I'll take that back. It's some guys that don't sell in their favor. You said Ray Vargas in a rematch. Yeah. They need a better referee though. That whole Ray Vargas fight was kind of weird. Didn't Ray Vargas lose a point or something like that? I don't know if he lost a point or they counted a knockdown or something. It was something weird that happened in that fight. Man, I still got to do this UFC thing though. That fight gonna be on early. Anyway, I don't know. They gotta find somebody for anyway. I heard Canelo gonna be on that card, so that might happen. Oh yeah, he got dropped. That's what it was. He got dropped. He got dropped. Yeah, but a lot of people was saying that they think Nick Ball was ready for it anyway. I'm like, bro, y'all tripping, bro. Anyway, ain't the guy y'all say he is then. Nah, Nick Ball trying to fight Ray Vargas. He trying to fight Ray Vargas now. I guess he's trying to fight him for the belt. Man, they might look. They might have Ray Vargas and Nick Ball fight next, and they might end up unless he's on that card in December, and they might end up just having the winner fight anyway or something like that. You think Fulton can keep Ball off of him? Yeah, Fulton look a little stronger in that weight class. He look a little stronger. I think he could do better than what Ronnie Rios did. If he fight like he did the last fight, I don't know. I think Fulton got a good chance, but he got a jab and use a little bit more head movement than he did the last fight. If he wouldn't have been out so long and probably had 2 or 3 more fights already, I'll say yeah. But you know, Ball been active though. But it's kind of hard to judge an active guy going against a guy who's only had 1 fight in like 12 months or something like that. I don't know. After this fight, I would say Fulton got a good chance. So yeah, I would go with that. But you know, Ball will try to fight in the inside. That's just not something that I can see Fulton doing. He did it last fight, but if he could just box for Ball, should be good. Yeah, I think Ball gonna be the type of fighter. I mean, he can have a belt, but it ain't gonna matter. Like with Mario Barrios, like he lost the belt to Tank, but it didn't really matter with him having a belt or not. He was still fighting Keith Thurman, Ugas. He fought Fabian Maidana recently. Some of those guys, it don't matter if they had a belt or not. They still gonna be fighting in those type of fights. I think Nick Ball was in those type of fights before he got the belt too. He was already taking tough fights. Some of these guys just don't. They don't want to get in the ring because the promoters will come to them and say, "Hey, you want to fight this guy?" They'll ask these guys, "Do you want to fight this person?" Or so yeah, a lot of these guys stay active, especially if you're around Eddie Hearn. He'll find you a fight, or Frank Warren. Vargas got an injury. I can understand it. Oh, yeah, I thought he was gonna fight coming up on this next card. I don't know why I thought he fought already, but I might have been thinking about Magdalena or somebody. Yeah, I can see him doing that. I can see him doing it. But from what I've seen, when Ball gets in the ring with certain guys, it's like they shell up. They still box good, but they shell up and they don't really box the way they usually box. And they kind of fight his fight. I haven't seen somebody really get in the ring and just, Ford was close doing it, but I haven't seen nobody get in the ring and just box from the whole fight. They usually want to go back and forth with him because, you know, he kind of irritates you, get under your skin in the fight. They want to go back and forth with him. But yeah, that is a surprise though, Blank, man, saying that Nick Ball not fighting for Fulton or Figueroa. But I think that Figueroa and Fulton always wanted to rematch each other. And Nick Ball and Ray Vargas always wanted to do a rematch. So maybe they're getting that rematch stuff out of the way right now. I can almost guarantee at least the Nick Ball type fight is being talked about. He said the only 2 fighters he want to fight right now, Inoue and Ray Vargas. So those are good choices for me. I'm cool with that. Who y'all got tonight with Chris Colbert? I think Chris Colbert, he got a chance to win this fight, but it's gonna be tough. If he don't let his hands go and fight smart tonight, he might get stopped. That guy he fighting is decent. It's gonna be a good fight. I haven't looked at the whole fight card though. I'd rather see Ball have the belt though. I would though. I'd rather see Ball have the belt. I'd rather see I think Fulton takes tough fights. I like to see him with the belt again. Who's another person? I want to see Espinoza with the belt. Even though I like Robeisy Ramirez, I want to see Espinoza with the belt. If he can stay at 126 for a little while longer. Yeah, I think Cobra would be able to win this fight. Yeah, it would. I think he's still in the mix. He just got one loss against Rayo recently and Hector Garcia. I think he was in the mix. He's still in the mix. Chris Cobra was gonna be a choice though if he would have beat Rayo. If he would have beat Rayo, he would have fought Tank. Tank would have fought him if he would have beat Rayo. So he's always been one fight away from fighting a guy like Tank. He lost to Hector Garcia. Then he lost to Rayo. Both of those guys took his spot. Then Tank fought Hector Garcia. So the Lamont Rose thing ain't really too surprising to me at all. Actually seen it coming. You said Ray Vargas being no, he's not inactive. He was he's looking for a fight right now. No, he's not inactive. No, he's in the mix right now. You know, at 140, at 126, they got a lot going on right now. Because they have anyway trying to come at 126, but they're trying to have him fight Juntal for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why they having him fight Nakatani. That makes no sense. I don't understand that, but I mean, 126 has enough talent to where I'm pretty sure most fans would rather see anyway at featherweight right now. But yeah, I think they're saving Ray Vargas for a certain fight right now. He has a belt, so they don't want him involved in just any certain fight right now. Looks like he's just fighting top contenders and champions right now, if they're available. But yeah, Nick Ball just called him out though, so it should be something up next. But I think Nick Ball gonna take some time off though. He didn't fought what, 4 top 5, top 10 guys? In the last 12 months. I think he'll be looking to come back next spring or something. Or early next year. So it could be a Vargas and Nick Ball situation again. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Because he called him out. I wasn't expecting him to call out. And that's the only guy he called out at 126. Was Ray Vargas. You said Barbosa would lose his O on the Latino card. Barbosa versus that Irish was a real robbery. Yeah, Haney was supposed to fight Barbosa that night too. That's the crazy part about that. Yeah, Barbosa should have took a tune up too. It depends on what kind of fight Jose Ramirez coming there with. I think Jose Ramirez should take that fight. But the last couple of fights before that though, I thought Barbosa showed up, man. I thought Barbosa showed up. He had a bad performance. I don't know if he took the guy light or what, or he was expecting. He was preparing for two different fights, so. But yeah, he definitely was getting pieced up by old boy. Oh, that was an Irish fighter? Yeah, them Irish guys, they've been coming out boxing recently. I done seen a couple of guys get beat up by some Irish fighters recently. Yeah. He has enough experience to where he can, but yeah, he putting himself behind the eight ball right now. I think he still can do something at 26, but it's gonna be hard. If anyway came to 26 right now and picked Ray Vargas, I don't know if I'm going with Vargas in that fight. Oh yeah, that was a good card. A lot of people didn't like that card though. A lot of people thought that card was trash, bro. That card got talked about so bad. That was a good card too. A lot of people was trashing that card. Yeah, it's a lot of people that been trashing that card. I was like, nah, it's a good card, man. It's most of the cards that people talked about bad this year actually been some of the best cards. Like before the fight, they said the Haney and Ryan card was gonna be bad. They said the whole card was gonna be bad. They said the Boy and Joshua card was gonna be weak. Um, what's another one? They said the Crawford and Majamal was gonna be weak. The Fundora and Tim Tszyu card didn't get a lot of hype, but that was one of the best cards of the year. Um, there was a couple of them they said was gonna be weak. There was a couple that were weak too, that they said was gonna be good. The Canelo card was decent. The one recently, the one that was in March, I didn't like that one that much. It was all right. I'm at May. It was okay. But yeah, Haney had some decent cards. That one card he had was decent too. The pro grade card, it had Liam Parr on there. A lot of people kind of overlooked Liam Parr on that card. When he was on that Haney card, I was like, whoa. I know sometimes prelims be boring, but be a lot of good fight cards. I mean, fights on that card. But yeah, I don't know any other news coming out as far as boxing, man. Right now, all I've heard today is Benavidez and Bitterbill. I was talking about that like months ago. But shoot, I'm saying why not make Canelo have that fight? But I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't even ask that at this point because I know what the answer is. He said December. Why they put a fight card saying November? Is it true that he got dropped from Matchroom They talking about he got dropped from Matchroom. He got dropped after one fight? That's crazy. He's still on the website though, so I don't know. That's what I heard somebody say, but it might be a rumor. I haven't really reported that yet. Yeah, it's gonna be so many upsets though, man. Okay. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. If he isn't on Matchroom anymore, that's bad because he was just over at PBC and had the belt. And then yeah, probably would have been a better decision to kind of wait at PBC for a while or ESPN. If that's the case. If that's the case, you gotta be careful. Sometimes these guys just sign you for your belt. They sign you, they get your belt, then they're like, okay. You lose it, then business is done. Dang. That's kind of messed up, though. I ain't gonna lie. That's very messed up. Dang, he went through all that, got his belt, and still. That's wild to me. Yeah, but hopefully he comes back with a splash. I seen Jermaine Ortiz is fighting too on the zone on a card in Orlando in November. You said Fury can't afford to lose. I don't think it'll be a big deal if Fury lose again. I think right now, to be honest with you, I think all Fury got to do is go in there and box a little bit, and he'll be all right. Because a lot of people think he's gonna win the fight. He's like the favorite right now. He's still the favorite. So I think Fury, he'll be all right. He ain't gonna be looked at as no, you know, he's gonna be. They'll give him a pass. Fury and Matias, Foster and Matias. I don't think they're gonna get him a pass, but I think Fury will get a pass though. At this point, I don't know if the attention's not really on him like that. It is for the fight, but outside of fighting, I don't think too many people care about him like that. He don't really get treated like the guy who lost anyways, if you really look at it. There's people right now that still want to see him fight Joshua. So I think he gonna be all right. I wouldn't even. I think him losing at this point is people just want to see him fight. For him, it's gonna mean a lot because if he lose to Usyk twice and just lets Usyk dominate like that, it's gonna say a lot. I know Dubois wants to fight Usyk again, but like Usyk at this point, Usyk just going around rematching everybody he beat already. So that's gonna get aggravating after a while. At this point, it's like Usyk, you gotta fight everybody you fight twice. I'd be like, bro, I'm ready to retire, man. Forget about this. I gotta fight everybody twice. But yeah, Foster, it's important for him because I think his last fight on Top Rank, so he got to definitely get that belt. And Matias, he got to get a win and get back in the winning column after that Paro fight. But they already got stuff signed up for Fury, though. He's good. He got fights and plans already ahead. Those other two guys, they don't got no plans. He said, who get the Tank fight first? Haney or Shakur? Shakur, because by the time, I think Shakur, because by the time Tank try to fight Haney gonna be out of his weight class in a minute. Unless he goes up and makes some kind of certain things. But to be honest with you, Tank needs Haney and Shakur more than Haney and Shakur needs them. Haney and Shakur they're still around the same age. They can wait until they can wait 7 years from now to fight each other if they wanted to. They can wait till Tank retires. Tank can retire without fighting Haney and Shakur, and then Haney and Shakur can fight each other. So it's a lot of stuff it can get, unless Tank gonna do it. But it gotta be Shakur Stevenson first if you gonna fight him. But yeah, Tank need that fight more than they do. If he don't fight them, who gonna be the best name on the resume? Ryan Garcia? He said, I don't think Shakur would straight up fight unless he cared about his old. Shakur gonna fight the same way Bivol just fought. The same way Floyd Mayweather fought. Most of these guys out here. I mean, can Tank box with Shakur Stevenson? Absolutely not. Nah, he can't box with Shakur Stevenson. Not the Tank Davis I've seen. But what you mean? Just stand in front of you? Like, nah, if that fight was easy, Tank would have had that fight yesterday. These are guys he sparred already. I've already seen Tank fight Shakur. And, I mean, it was sparring, but I don't think Tank knocking out Shakur Stevenson. That's just real talk. It ain't Shakur Stevenson ain't gave me a reason to believe he don't got a chin. I ain't never seen nobody crack Shakur Stevenson. And even with on PEDs, Ryan Garcia couldn't stop Devin Haney, so it ain't no way. Even though people say Devin Haney got beat up, they never say he don't got no chin. You couldn't knock a guy out. You can't knock a guy on PEDs. You ain't got no power. And that's just straight up facts. Yeah, Haney beat Garcia down, man. He walked him down for 12 rounds. The embarrassing thing is he walked him down for 12 rounds and the guy was on PEDs. When nobody ever walked me down on if I'm on PEDs. If I'm getting walked down on PEDs, it's a reason why I'm on PEDs. But it's a lot of people that don't want to see Haney. Bro, I love boxing, I'm telling you. It's a lot of people who wanted to see Ryan Garcia and Tank fight in a rematch. Haven't heard nobody say that now. You know why? Because they know Ryan Garcia is overweight. They know Ryan Garcia can't make 140. He can't even make 140. So a lot of people don't want to see Ryan versus Tank again. I'll watch that fight again. But I'd like to see that fight again. But I think Yeah, but Tank, he's older than these guys though. By the time he get to them, at this point now, Tank is in his prime. So this probably the best he gonna get right now. So everything else after this gonna go down, down, down. And you see how Canelo just slowed down one day? Because Canelo has slowed down. This ain't the same Canelo. A lot of people thought he slowed down last year, but I think Canelo was still himself in the Charlo fight. But in this fight, with Berlanga and Munguia, I don't think this is the same Canelo. So I think if Tank get to that point where he start declining and then he trying to jump in the ring with one of these dudes, because these dudes getting better. Shakur Stevenson getting stronger every day. He getting his man strength. He's starting to get bigger. Haney starting to get bigger. But yeah, I truly believe Blair Cobb just called out Teofimo Lopez, said he'll fight him. That's a good fight. Teofimo Lopez ain't trying to do nothing though. I think don't Blair fight at 47? I might be tripping. Yeah, I like to see Blair Cobb fight any of those guys. I watch him fight any of those guys. Yeah, Blair could fight Ryan, Teofimo. That'll be a good fight. Yeah, I seen Blair fight talking about Teofimo today. That'll be a good fight though. Teofimo needs to make a fight at 47 if he's gonna go to 47. There's too many guys at 140. He's not calling out any 140s. So you might as well just drop the belt, go to 147, fight a Blair Cobbs, and then fight Orion or something like that. Only makes sense. Yeah, Teofimo's, bro, his resume is starting to decline. I mean, Jermaine Ortiz was a good fight. That was a tough fight, but it's not a lot of people he's fighting that fans want to see. If everybody else is fighting people that fans want to see, fans gonna move on soon. I would like to see Keyshawn versus one of the Vargas brothers fight. The press conference would be fun. I think that fight probably like 2 or 3 years away if they fight. I think it's like 2 or 3 years away. It could be possible though. They could have a whole fight card where, because a lot of Keyshawn Davis brothers are around the same weight class as Vargas brothers are, so could do a full card like that where it's just 3 of those guys fighting each other. Could do a fight card like that. That would be good. I think they're gonna, if ESPN does something like that, they'll build it up probably like another year, 2. They still trying to build Keyshawn up after Shakur Stevenson leaving. Oh, y'all was 145? Yeah, I don't think Blair can make 140. Yeah, that'd be a good fight. Teofimo can make 147. Teofimo got some fights he can make, man. I'm not even asking him to fight no real killers or nothing like that. I'm asking him to fight some lower level guys. Just somebody higher than Steve Claggett. He needs to be in the gym though. He needs to be practicing on some things. You said the Bud fight? Nah, he ain't gonna fight Bud. The scary thing about Teofimo is right now, I'm not gonna lie to you. Sandor Martin being on top rank is like very bad for him. If Sandor Martin gets a belt at 140, let's just say somehow he end up with a belt, Top Rank is going to try to unify. And Teofimo's in a situation right now where they want him to, he thought he was going to retire. His contract is supposed to be up the same time as Shakur Stevenson, but he took too much time off, didn't put no fights together. So now his contract's still going on. He has like 2 more fights left. They say he got multiple fights left. He thought he was going to retire. That's why he was talking to Terrence Crawford crazy. He thought he was a free agent or going to be a free agent, but nah, he's still stuck in the mud right now. So that's why he got quiet recently. He's like, yeah, well, I got legal trouble with Top Rank, and nah, you just still in contract. That's all that means. Yeah, he was robbed. That was 2 knockdowns that Sandor Martin had. Yeah, I think Spence can fight Fedor. I think it was a bad style matchup for Terrence Crawford. If you look at the guys that Spence fought before he got to Terrence Crawford, he never really fought anybody like Terrence Crawford. Mikey Garcia don't fight like Terrence Crawford. Danny Garcia doesn't. Who else? Sean Porter doesn't fight like that. Ugas. So a lot of guys don't fight like Terrence Crawford. Earl Spence would have been better off fighting Jaron Ennis before he would have fought Terrence Crawford. He would have gave himself a better chance fighting Jaron Ennis before he fought Terrence Crawford. It would have gave him it would have gave him more of a look on a guy who could switch and everything else. That would have been the best situation for him, but looking back on it, that's what he should have did. But, you live with it, man. No regrets. He did everything he was supposed to. He made the fight. He was loyal to Derrick James, too, I don't like Derrick James. I mean, he all right person probably, but I don't like Derrick James. Who's going to be Spence trainer? I don't know. I think he got a lot of options he can do right now. There's a lot of guys out there he can train with. It's a lot of people he can train with. It's a lot of people. I don't know. I heard Bozy in this one time, but he working with a lot of different people. I don't know, man. That's a good question. That's a real good one. If he wasn't going against Terrence Crawford, I'd say work with his team. I'd say work with Terrence Crawford's team. I like the guy that I know this is a long shot, but the guy I was noticing him recently, and I forgot he trained Bitterbill because I don't be paying attention to that trainers like that. But the dude Ramsey, I seen him in a couple of people's corner. He decent, but I still like Manny Robles. I think he a good trainer. I think Robert Garcia, he'll be, not saying he's the same as Derrick James, but that'll be too much of the same. Yeah, I just think he needs to go with some guys who are just strict. If Nazir Muhammad, I think it's Muhammad, his last name, Nazir Muhammad. If Nazir was still alive, I'd say go with him. But yeah, he needs some guys who's like just strictly disciplined and everything. Not saying he don't got discipline. I'm just talking about as far as fundamental discipline. You said Jamel need a trainer. Yeah, he was doing some weird things before the Canelo fight. I heard he was like training by himself and a whole bunch of stuff. He got to get his mindset right. I think Jamel and Spence, they got two different. I think Spence mindset right. It's just that he was loyal to Derrick James and everything else, but he could have been left Derrick James. You said Derrick James retired, right? He's still training Ryan Garcia. I don't know about Frank Martin still. Is he going to still train Frank Martin? But he's still training Ryan Garcia. He's not training Anthony Joshua no more, but 2 years ago, he was talking about he was going to retire soon and everything else. So Derrick James, he's not really all in like that. So he should retire. But after Ryan Garcia, he probably most likely done. But yeah, sometimes these boxers can't handle the fame and the pressure. Sometimes these trainers can't. He couldn't handle all that When all those guys start coming over, like Joshua and Ryan Garcia, that's when it started. He couldn't handle it, bro. He couldn't handle it. That pressure got to him. He ain't even supposed to have no real pressure on him like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just a trainer. Why you putting all this pressure on you for? I ain't never heard no trainer sit up here and be like, man, these last group of fighters I'm gonna work with. These are the last group you gonna work with. I ain't never heard no trainer say nothing like that. I said, what is he talking about? But yeah, I think he had got a lot of, and I was saying this like a year, 2 or 3 years ago, but I think he was just getting a lot of, he was getting like trainer of the year and stuff. What's up, Valdez? He was getting trainer of the year and stuff. I don't think Derrick James was ever better than Eddie Reynoso. It was at one point. Yeah, I hope all is well with you too, brother. I hope you're doing all right as well. I think Eddie Reynoso was a better trainer than Derrick James. For some reason, people was thinking that he a better trainer than Eddie Reynoso. The way people were talking out here, I'm like, what? Like, how is he a good trainer? And it was because of Spence and stuff, but I thought that was more so Spence and Charlo already being good fighters, regardless. Yeah, he was helping them out. Derrick James, I see him do some good things with guys like Ryan and stuff like that, so I can't say he's a terrible trainer. I've seen him do some good things, like when Ryan was fighting Duarte. I thought Ryan was doing some good things in his exchanges and going to the body and stuff like that. Yeah, you said Haney and Ryan. Ryan, the thing about this is with Ryan, this is how I figure out how serious Ryan is, and because let's just say we don't know everything that happened, right? As far as everything Ryan did. If you're a guy who didn't take anything, right? Or you feel like that didn't make the difference in the fight. Bro, you got plenty of people you can fight right now, bro. Like, Ryan Garcia has gotten so much publicity off of beating Devin Haney. You would have thought he beat Muhammad Ali or somebody. Ryan Garcia could literally go out here and fight anybody he wants to in the sport of boxing. And he can get more money probably fighting somebody else right now, a big name. Bro, he does not think he's that good of a fighter to go fight anybody else right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't feel like he's that good of a fighter to fight anybody else right now. There's no way I quit on the knee to Tank Davis. And I'm not gonna go get that fight back, that rematch. Why would I rematch Devin Haney and I just got stopped by Tank Davis? Why would I not rematch that guy? You understand what I'm saying? So Ryan knows that the only way he can actually still hang on to the kind of like energy he's getting right now is to stay with the Devin Haney thing. If he was to move on right now and get stopped right now by somebody else, most people wouldn't care because they'd be like, okay, well, in a Haney fight. But that's why Ryan's kind of sticking to the whole Haney thing. You notice he hasn't mentioned any other fighters that he would like to fight in the future. He said Virgil Ortiz one time. Virgil Ortiz said, bet, let's run it. And then Ryan like, I'm suspended. Virgil Ortiz like, nah. Call me when you ain't suspended. And we can make that happen. So as soon as I heard that, I'm like, okay, well, that's one guy who want to fight Ryan. I'm talking about wants to fight him. He was like, now. Like, we gonna send a contract or what? So it's gonna be a lot of options he gonna have. But as far as with the Devin Haney fight, I mean, just from the outside looking in, if you seen how the fight went, why would you want to run that back? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that. That's like me saying right now, Well, man, Berlanga need to run it back, man. Like, why would Berlanga need to run it back with Canelo for? For what? He lost. Why would I want to see Berlanga running back with Canelo? Unless I knew something was wrong. You know what I'm saying? So people they kind of tell what they thinking without saying it. So you're telling me you want to see a rematch again? But yeah, I would like to see Ryan fight other people. That's kind of what I've been wanting to see for the last couple of years. Whether even if he didn't fight Haney, if he would have beat Eastside Cruz right now, I would have said, I want to see you fight somebody else next. But yeah, a lot of people want to see the rematch because a lot of people didn't have that energy. I was excited for this fight going into the fight. A lot of people wasn't excited about Ryan Garcia. They thought he was like the little stuff he was doing. It kind of like made them feel like, oh, I don't want to watch this fight. He's not going to take it serious. So that's why a lot of people was kind of late on it. So that's why they're kind of after the fight, they're like rubbing it in, and they didn't realize that the fight been getting promoted for like 4 months. We have 4 months to talk about the fight. Yeah, Ryan don't want that smoke, Valdez. He don't want that smoke. Not right now. Ryan don't want that smoke. And I'm kind of afraid for Ryan because he keeps saying that he's fighting at 54 and people don't hear what he's saying. And I'm like, oh my God, bro, this guy's going to end up getting hurt, man. This dude's walking around at 154. And then we have people saying now that he took the PED so he could lose weight. So if he makes a fight without the PEDs and he can't use those to lose weight, that means he's going to be fighting at what, 54? Because Boots Ennis fights at 47. Nobody's calling out Boots Ennis. You know why? Because Boots Ennis is he's not available right now, but he will be available. They asked Tiafimo about Boots Ennis 2 months ago, and he was talking about back in the day when him and Boots used to fight together. I'm like, okay, man. You don't want to fight nobody. Haney versus AB will be a great fight, a nice build-up. Yeah, they tried to make AB fight. AB tried to fight Devin Haney, tried to fight Ryan Garcia, and he tried to fight Conor Benn. He couldn't even make weight. He barely made weight for the Blair Cobbs fight. Like in the Blair Cobbs fight, he wasn't even training for real. He was just losing weight most of the time. He was training, but it wasn't like where he had a full camp type deal. But yeah, they had to hurry up and get weight up off of him so he can make weight and get into the Blair Cobbs fight. Yeah, Dana White new from Boston Promotion. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. But because Dana White see a lot of boxers right now who are active, but they're not getting a lot of fights. Man, Dana White gonna have a boxing match and a UFC event on at the same time. Yeah, 2025 about to be crazy, dog. 2025 with a boxing match and a UFC event in the same arena at the same night. See, Dana White a nice guy. He could have been like, man, I'm gonna do this. He could have did this years ago. I'm talking about when like John Jones was at his peak, when he had like Brock Lesnar and guys running around. He could have been doing things like this. So I'm not really mad about it. They should have been making the big fights before Dana White got into the picture. Because a lot of guys are getting paid right now, but outside of Turkey Al-Sheikh, they're not getting paid what the extreme amount. You know what I'm saying? Dana White could take the same money he's using on UFC cards and do a boxing card and probably have more talent on that card than what we have now. They're being a little cheap on making these cards right now, outside of Turkey Al-Sheikh. If you look at it, they stacking a lot of cards up, but they don't want to make certain guys main event fights and then try to put other prospects on the cards. They don't have that many prospects fighting on undercards like they used to. It's a lot, but you know, Showtime don't have that many fight cards on right now. So that's why you got Pro Box and everybody putting fight cards together. But yeah, Dana White see that. He like, they're not even putting that many fights together no more. And he like boxing, so it only made sense. But yeah, 2025 is going to be a shift though. After 2025, it's going to be a lot of guys retiring or at the end of their career. Most of these new guys going to step in. I think Benavidez and, well, really, I would say since the Haney and Garcia thing this year, been a shift. Like more so, younger guys now are becoming bigger fights. Like Nick Ball's a young guy. He's been in some of the biggest fights this year. Isaac Cruz, another person. Rayo, Pandora. Yeah, a lot of these younger guys starting to step in now. Oh, submission. You know he going for it then. You know he going for the submission then. You know he going for the submission then. You said if it's one thing I could change for the betterment for boxing, what would it be? That's a good question. One thing I would do to you said AI scoring in big boxing. No, it's not even the scoring. You know what I'm saying? Because eventually you gonna figure out who won a fight. It may take a couple of years, but eventually you gonna, after you watch a fight a couple of times, you're gonna realize who won a fight. I don't think the scoring is that big of a deal because sometimes even guys who lose are still more famous than the guys who win. Like Canelo still gets more credit in his career, even though Bivol beat him. So I don't think the winning or losing, scoring really matters. The fans gonna pick who they feel like is the person anyways. I think more so it's guys getting opportunities. Like we need to actually have the ranking system matter in boxing. And guys shouldn't be able to go over a year without fighting mandatories. Like, it's a mandatory for a reason. That's what's really destroying boxing right now. It's a lot of people going past. It's a lot of people skipping steps in boxing. And that's why Liam Cameron was beating the brakes off of Ben Whittaker this weekend, because Ben Whittaker been fighting a lot of prospects. They got undefeated records, or they got one loss. So everybody like, well, he fighting decent competition. Well, those guys ain't fought nobody. Then he fought somebody this weekend who people thought was a nobody because that guy been fighting elite competition. So if the rankings was fixed, it'll be a lot more fights like Bitterbill than it would be like Ben Whittaker and Liam Cameron. Until they get that fixed, it's not gonna matter. And you're gonna have a lot of things going on. Like, I'm gonna tell you another thing too. The way that they enforce the mandatories and everything, you're not gonna that's part of the reason why we don't have Lomachenko versus Tank Davis. People like, well, Lomachenko ducking. Like, bro, they should have made sure Lomachenko was doing all this at 130, 135. Like, this should have already been going on, man. Like, guys is ducking fights and skipping steps, and they still being ranked. Before Shakur Stevenson fights Tank, he should have already fought Isaac Cruz and Ryan Garcia. But instead of forcing Ryan Garcia to fight Shakur Stevenson, they go ahead and say, well, let's wait until Ryan Garcia can make this fight with Tank Davis. Ryan Garcia hasn't even been a champion, and he already fought Tank Davis and Devin Haney. It might be cool to a lot of people, but is it the right thing? Heck, no, it's not. Not unless he's been put in that position. And when you start skipping fights and stuff like that and choosing who you want to fight, a lot of guys not gonna be able to fight the best. So a lot of times we see upsets or we see guys who get older and we don't realize who they are. Oh yeah, Cameron's still in the mix. He just been suspended for a long time. He just had a BS drug ban. He had a ban that was BS. You know, the other guys are getting a year and get suspended over 4 years and all that other stuff. It's just a lot of that stuff is just not, the politics behind boxing is bad right now. It's a reason why we need Turkey Al-Sheikh. I know a lot of fans are saying, well, Turkey Al-Sheikh, bro, it's a reason why he's around. I mean, we have all these guys who've been getting pay-per-view money for years, and they still acting like, well, we don't know how to make a fight in. Bro, nah. It's time. That's why Turkey Al-Sheikh is involved, because a lot of people have been dropping the ball. These sanctioning bodies haven't been doing the right thing. I just heard this guy, Simon Jordan, today. Simon Jordan been spitting fire over there in the UK. And he be saying everything I'm saying, so I can't be a UK hater. But he said that a lot of these fighters, their status don't reflect their resume. They got these guys out here calling them the top fighters and top this and top that, but their resumes don't really reflect what their status is. And he was talking about Joshua, but you can talk about a lot of other fighters who got status, a big status, but their resumes don't really reflect anything that's elite. And a lot of people get exposed like that. A lot of people try to hide out. A lot of promoters try to protect certain people. So sometimes when you see a draw on a resume, a draw usually be a robbery these days. You said, what letter grade do I give Turkey since he got in boxing? Compared to everybody else, I'll give him an A, just because I'm gonna tell you why I give Turkey an A. Because I'm starting to realize now, even fans that don't like Turkey, they'll sit around and talk about a fight that Turkey could make before they talk about, because over the years I've heard people say, well, I don't like PBC, or I don't like the Zone and Matchroom, or I don't like Top Rank, or I don't like Golden Boy. But for some reason, like, Turkey's doing better than all those guys. So the people that people been fighting over, they're not really putting no fights together. And I'm starting to realize now the only people who can put the fights together, like at the end of the day, are really the people who really want the fights to happen are the boxers. So when certain people say, well, this guy's ducking and ducking, yeah, everybody's not ducking though. If everybody's ducking in the sport of boxing, then I need to stop watching boxing then. Boxing ain't that good. I'm not going to pay $80 to watch some guys who are scared. That's not the way to go. So either they don't want to fight, or what? Because if one guy's just ducking and everybody else don't want to fight one guy, and he's the only one who wants to fight everybody, we all don't need to watch boxing. And that's the honest truth. So I hope not everybody's ducking. I hope the one guy is just the guy who doesn't want to fight right now. Like, I'm going to tell you, it's funny because Lomachenko he was the #1 pound for pound guy in boxing. And people was talking about how he was the Matrix and everybody's scared of him and everything. And now they're talking about how he's ducking Tank Davis and he doesn't want to fight him. So we had people going around saying that the #1 pound for pound guy is a person who's scared to fight Tank Davis. We can't be making that mistake in boxing. That's a huge mistake. So think about all the other guys that weren't scared of Tank Davis, that were never pound for pound #1. Oh yeah, well, people like the cards over here starting early, man. Love the cards over here starting early. Early cards never been a problem. It comes on the same times as the other sports like football, American football. So they love it. They love the cards starting early. I think Turkey Al-Sheikh has been doing an A. I give him a grade of an A, just because, you know why I give Turkey Al-Sheikh a grade of an A? Because Daniel Dubois would have never had a chance to show how good he is. Nick Ball would have never had a chance for the fans to know who he was. I was talking about Nick Ball last year. People didn't know who he was. The fans had a chance to see who the heavyweights were Bacoli. It gave Ryo a chance to show that he can beat Pitbull. Everybody thought he was getting slept. It just give everybody a chance to like flow. Boxing has been flowing a lot better now. You got guys crossing over, actually making fights, and it's helping. It's helping the young guys a lot more. Cause I feel like the younger fighters haven't been getting a chance, man. To be honest with you, or the guys who would be considered journeymen, like Liam Cameron being on the card to fight Whittaker, that was huge. I think that was big time for Turkey Al Sheik to do that. But the judging was bad. Like I said before, that judging over there, not liking the judging. I don't like the judging. The judging is, oh my God. He said he's from Switzerland. He said I'm more hyped for the and the other fights compared to Mike Tyson Jake. Fight has been stalled too long. Just wanted to happen. Yeah, me too. I'm just waiting on those cards to happen too. Once that Jake Paul card happen, it'll get out the way. But I just want to see the Jake Paul card happen so I can see what the scoring is going to be on there. I just want to see as far as the views and what the pay-per-view sale is going to be compared to everybody else. Yeah, I heard Switzerland is a good country. Yeah, I heard Switzerland is a good country. I think it's a lot of people moving in, coming to America and the UK right now. So a lot of people want to move out of those places. Is the fight free on Netflix? I'm gonna have to look that up today. I don't know if they're gonna do I don't know if they're gonna try to do it where you already have a subscription and it's just free. But I'm gonna look that up today. I'll do a video about it. I'm gonna try to figure it out. Cause it is on Netflix. It's the first one, so I don't know how they're gonna do it. It's a good question. I've been thinking about that. He said it's great, but expensive and not to. But if, oh, that's cool. Oh yeah. I got a lot of friends over there in Europe, like Switzerland, Germany. Yeah. He right. You right. I agree with you, Nello. You saying that? Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. That's true. That's definitely true. I can co-sign that. Yeah, that I can co-sign that. I heard it's pretty straight. That's funny that you said that. I see some videos recently where a lot more people had better time over there than they did like in South America or in Asia, other places. I mean, it was still fun out there, but I've seen some people have some fun out there. Yeah, I heard it's pretty cool. Yeah, I know a lot of people stay out there. Dang, you just know somebody that moved out there. That's wild. Yeah, it's a lot of people moving out there. People getting tired of America, man. People want to move. Yeah, exactly, bro. $7? Come on, man. It was getting like that 2 years ago too. That's that's the bad part. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They are. It's insane. They are. And don't forget how much insurance. Oh my, the insurance they do over here. Like they jacked the prices up on insurance because of where you stay at and stuff. Like, bro, come on, man. Yeah, it's getting expensive. It really is. The gas prices were already bad, but 250. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get. I need to make some. Yeah, that's definitely my price. Yeah, yeah, Filipino. Yeah, Philippines. Yeah, yeah, Philippines is definitely the place to go to. Germany cool too though. Yeah, I know. I know some people that were doing that years ago, bro. All the guys used to go to the military. They used to find out how it was to stay over there. They was like, man, I'm moving over there to Thailand, and I was like, Philippines. I was like, why are you going over there? It's cheap. Yeah, you can live like a king over there. Yeah, you see me live next to Pacquiao. For real, you right though. You live right next to Pacquiao. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I heard about that penthouse 500, 700 a month. Yeah, that's a deal though over there. You talking about a real nice one too. They got some nice places for like 500 over there. Yeah, for real. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna make that happen. Hey, if nothing happened within like the next year or two, I'm like, yeah, go over there and just chill for a minute, see what's going on. They're not usually involved in anything. The only thing you got to worry about once in a while is those tsunamis, but that's about it. I know recently they had some that was bad though. I forgot what country that was. I think that might have been the Philippines. Not sure. Oh yeah, they be living over there. Exactly. He said some mouthpiece and game is needed. Yeah, they don't be having that, bro. They don't be having that. Them guys be some straight up nerds over there. Yeah, I've heard some stories over there. I had some friends go over there years ago. I don't know. I thought that's what the internet was for. I was like, man, I'm finna talk to somebody in Asia, man. That's what the internet for. I'm not finna talk to somebody down the street. Yeah, you right about that though. You can go over there and live like a king. Couple of countries like that. I used to I remember this white guy used to live in South of Africa. Used to be my roommate. Dude used to go everywhere. Yeah, just be walking around. He'd be looking like, what? I wonder if Pacquiao swing on a civilian. That'd be funny. See Pacquiao on the street, be like, man, what's up? Yeah, Pacquiao be mad as I don't know what, asking about Marquez. Yeah, but that'd be cool though. Oh yeah, appreciate that, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, appreciate that, man. It took me, bro. It took a long time to get that done. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, it's getting wild out here though. America's man, it's getting expensive, bro. This used to be a cheap place to live. When I was young, it was cheap. Now that I'm older, it's expensive now. It's so expensive. You know it's expensive when you got Elon Musk and all these dudes moving. Oh, that's Spanish. You know it's expensive when Elon Musk moves. Yeah, Filipino people nice though. They pretty cool. I can live over there with them. Oh yeah, appreciate that, Valdez. Hey, I'm supposed to give Valdez some. I ain't catch him last time. Yeah, man. I think that fight tonight gonna be good though. I think that Chris Colbert fight. I forgot the Mexican guy he's fighting with. I don't know, man. He might lose, man. I might do a video later on. It's a lot of Mexican guys been beating these guys up recently. These Mexican guys with like 2 fights. They've been beating the crap out of people. I know Espinoza, he ain't got no losses, but you could kind of throw him in that. You could throw him in that category too. They've been beating guys up recently. So I don't know. Cobra can go out here and get destroyed later on. But if he let his hands go, he should be all right, man. He was able to box Rayo, so. And Rayo was a tough fight. I was surprised he slipped away in that first fight, even though it felt like it was. I felt like Rayo kind of he could have gotten it, even though he didn't punch as much. But yeah, Cobra tried to brawl with a boxer and got beat up. That was his real problem. I mean, he tried to brawl with a brawler, and he's a boxer, and that was his issue. But I think he'll be all right today, though. I don't think he'll have no problems. But the guy he's fighting, it might be like the fight that Cobra's gonna have tonight. I think it's gonna be like Stephen Fulton's last fight. I think he's fighting a guy like that, so I wouldn't sleep on this fight. I think it's gonna be a good fight. Yeah, Pro Box been good, man. Pro Box been real good. And then a lot of guys been getting upsets when they leave Pro Box, or they've been having good fights. Like Hot Rod recently, he had a good fight against Morrell. Then Angelo Leo, that was a fight that I was gonna pick him. I didn't know he was gonna fight on the inside like he was, but he did the right thing. End up winning. You say is Chris Colbert any good? Yeah, he's good. He don't got no power like that, but he has enough power to where he can hurt you with combinations and he can exchange good, but he throws too many punches sometimes. Sometimes he gets overly happy, and when he's supposed to only throw like 5 or 7 punches, he end up throwing 15, 20 punches. That's how Rayo caught him. Rayo's like, he's going to come out here and try to throw a whole bunch of punches. And that's why his trainers were like, no, quit standing in front of him trying to throw punches. And Chris Colbert just kept doing it. And that's why that's why Rayo, people feel like that's a dangerous fight for Tank, because he has a lot of power and he can counterpunch well. Because I've seen Tank Davis catch guys like that before. Them third world be setting people up. They been finding people over there. Yeah, you say you took Spam 3 or no nothing. Oh, you ain't the only one. I'm getting better, but yeah, he does. He does get better exposure. He hasn't been seen much since the Rayo fight. He had to hit the Garcia fight, you know. He fought a lot during the shutdown, but recently Cobra hasn't had a lot of action. Yeah, going overseas is a mistake. You right about that, especially no game. Yeah, Cobra had high hopes. He can bounce back, but he got to do it now. I think he's a little too. I think him going up to 135 was like a Lomachenko situation where they could have stayed at 130, but it's like they went up to 35 to try to test themselves when really they could have stayed at the 130. That's why I don't make a big deal out of it, because a lot of these guys will be like, man, I'll just go back to 130. Be like, nah, you probably better off at 135 for the matchups. I mean, Cobra can fight at 130, but a lot of people like Lomachenko at 135 better than 130. So yeah, he got a restaurant. It's called Prime Time something, chicken or something like that. You said Usyk versus Fury too. I don't know where that fight's gonna be at. They're gonna have it in Saudi Arabia again. I'm guessing because a lot of the fights between October and December is usually in Saudi Arabia. So I think that fight's gonna be in Saudi. Oh yeah, they do anything to get to come over here. That is true. I've seen some situations like that. I had a buddy he had he had one that he was like married to for a green card. Just paid him for the green cards. In Germany, that would be a good fight because you know the Shishkin fight is in Germany right now. That would be a good fight. I don't know, man. Usyk's kind of locked in right now. He hasn't been saying much. He's he's very dangerous in a rematch. He said, "I'm Jeff Bezos in the Philippines." He said, "I'm Jeff Bezos." Yeah, but man, I don't know, man. Something's telling me that Fury is going to win this fight, but I never seen Usyk really look bad in a rematch. So my instincts is telling me to lean towards that way. But Fury was getting to him early in the first fight. He was doing a good job in that fight. But I think it looked to me like Usyk was holding back a little bit because, like I said, he wasn't really letting his hands fly like that. And then when he started to throw that power jab, end up busting Fury's nose. Fury was wiping his nose like I've never seen before. That's when I knew he was in trouble. I said, whoa. That was a very good fight, though. I think Usyk's going to be a lot more dangerous in this fight. He didn't really go all out like you would expect. I think he threw a lot more punches in the Joshua fight, to be honest. But he fought Joshua the same kind of way. I think Joshua was starting off early, and then Usyk ended up coming back, kind of dominating late in the fight. He said Usyk, he probably gonna be the greatest of this era right now if he does that. There's nothing really else he can do at this point. I mean, he can go back and probably try to fight these other guys, but that'll just be extra at this point. I think that'll just be extra on top at that point because if you look at it, really, Usyk never had to really come to heavyweight and fight these guys. Then he's fighting them twice. I think fighting them twice is what's making it a little more solid. Beating Fury and Joshua twice after leaving cruiserweight. Then you beat Daniel Dubois. So yeah, it's not much for him to really do at that point. But he wanted to go back to cruiserweight, so they're kind of slowing him down a little bit. He was just gonna fight Fury once, and then he was gonna go to cruiserweight and possibly try to fight a guy like Bitterviv and Apatai. Well, could have been all right too, but They want him to rematch Fury again. They want to give him one more crack at it. It was a good fight. I'm not really mad about it. Would you rank Usyk over Holyfield all time? I would say yes. Even though I'm a bigger Holyfield fan, I would say yes. If you ask Usyk that, he'll probably say no. But I would say yes, just because of the age Usyk's doing it at, and also the fact that he said that it's hard for him to carry the weight. Like, he's putting on extra weight to kind of do some things at his frame. You know, he's really a skinny guy. So for him to put on weight, it's a very big deal. So yeah, I would probably put Usyk over Holyfield, especially with this last win he got over Tyson Fury. I definitely would. You said what fight I like better? Man, that's a hard question, man. I don't know. I was like, I don't know. That's a hard question because the fight between Beterbiev and Bivol was so good. I almost like just wanted to enjoy it and not talk about it. And then the Fury and Usyk fight was so good because it was like Fury was dominating and then Usyk just comes in and I don't know. That's a good one, bro. I don't know. Something told me that Beterbiev and Bivol was fight of the year. I don't want to be prisoner of the moment because I know how good the Usyk and Fury fight was, the first one. I don't know, man. I don't know. If I had to guess, that's a hard one, bro. To be honest with you, that's a hard one. I would say Beterbiev and Bivol because the fact that these guys aren't as popular, I wouldn't say they're not as popular as Usyk and Fury. And to get the reaction they did out of this fight, as far as how competitive it was and how close, I would say this fight, Beterbiev and Bivol. Yeah, I would go with that one. Yeah, Bud versus Majumov. Yeah, Majumov did a lot of things in that fight, man. I gotta be honest with you. If you go watch that fight back like 3 or 4 times, you're gonna probably see something new that Majumov did every time in that fight. Majumov was very impressive in that fight. And I like the fact that he was still competitive with Terrence Crawford in the last round. With me being a Terrence Crawford fan, I still, in my mind, I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. Majumov could have got that last round. You know what I'm saying? So that lets me know that he still has some. That was a tough fighter, man. People gonna realize over the next couple of years, Majumov is. I'm not gonna say he's like Triple G because he's like somebody else I thought about. I can't remember right now. But I don't know. I think Majumov's a very good fighter though. He more so fights like Andre Ward than Triple G though. He looks like Triple G, but he fights more like a Andre Ward than a Triple G. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. I don't think AJ want to change too much in the fight. I'm not gonna blame everything on Ben Davison, but because AJ did come out flat. And he didn't throw the uppercut. Like, if y'all go back and look at that fight again, I said going into the fight, I'm not going to change my mind on it because I really think that's a real thing. I think Anthony Joshua still have one of the best uppercuts, but he only threw it like twice. And the second time he threw it, he almost knocked Daniel Dubois out. I'm like, dude, he almost knocked this guy out with the uppercut. And you could have been throwing this the whole fight. He could have been throwing the uppercut the whole fight. And would have gave him more of a chance of winning the fight, but yeah, Ben Davison did a horrible job on the instructions, though. I think that's the first time, and that goes to show right there that Ben Davison should have been in more tougher fights with Anthony Joshua going into this fight because when things start going wrong and he start to meet some adversity, Ben Davison never was in Anthony Joshua's corner in a fight like that. So for him to go from straight to an Ngannou fight to this fight, I knew that was a mistake. Win or lose, it's still a mistake when you go back and look at it. And I was saying that on my lives a couple of months ago, but that was always a bad mistake. You don't, even with Tyson Fury, why are you fighting an MMA guy and you going straight into a fight with Usyk? Like, what promoter is signing off on this stuff? That's a huge mistake when you go back and look at it. You're like, dang, Tyson Fury did fight Ngannou before Usyk. How do you get prepared fighting Ngannou? How do you get prepared for Dubois fighting Ngannou if you're Joshua? So I think they kind of got caught up in things. It's like Turkey, he's sitting back, he's cool about it because he's like, it ain't my idea to fight Ngannou like this. I mean, he probably brought the fight to him, but he can't make those guys fight who he want them to fight. So yeah, Majumov versus Boacek will be very telling. Absolutely, I agree. I agree. I think Boacek still is a elite 154, but it's gonna show where Majumov is at. I kind of have an idea where Majumov is at right now, I think, in my mind, but I still think that's a 50-50 fight, though. Yeah, I couldn't even hear what Ben Davison was saying. That's crazy. I couldn't even see it. I just didn't like the energy behind it. Like, I didn't like the energy. I like, even if you look at what Bozy Ennis be saying, like even when he was talking to Big Baby or Jerron Ennis, he's like, hey man, I don't know what that defense is you're doing. But that's how you got to start talking to guys in the corner. Like, be honest with them. Oh, Robert Garcia. Robert Garcia had Anthony Joshua looking good in the last. That was that second Usyk fight. Roll the dice, roll the dice. that second Usyk fight, I thought Joshua looked pretty good in that fight. Yeah, I thought Joshua looked good in that fight. I think more so the problem with Joshua was the fights they was giving him up until certain fights. Like, I think after the Joseph Parker fight, he should have rolled into some of those other fights like Hrgovic, Zhang. He probably should have went to those fights a little bit earlier. He's already been in the ring with Zhang and dropped Zhang before. So he could have rolled into fights like Zhang, Hrgovic, and then go into a fight like Dubois. I think it's more so about the fights that you're taking before you take a big fight. You know what I'm saying? Because you might be fighting a big name guy, but the guy might not be as tough or hungry as the next guy you're going to fight. So I think Joshua ran into a lot of situations like that where, yeah, he looks good against Jermaine Franklin, but you got to understand that Daniel Dubois is somebody that, and after Jermaine Franklin fight, he possibly could have fought a Daniel Dubois and fought better. But the Otto Wallin fight and the Ngannou fight is set him back. If Derrick James was saying that, if Derrick James was his coach, he'll be yelling at him saying hands up. No, I ain't never. I don't know if I said nothing about that. Like Derrick James yelling instructions. I probably did. I don't know. Cause you know they do have the high guard when he like to have for fighters that had a high guard, but I don't know. I don't think so. It wasn't more so. I probably did say that though. I probably did. But anybody would have told him to have his hands up though. I don't know what that strategy was. You talking about Joshua in that last fight? I don't know what strategy that was. I'm pretty sure Derrick James would have told him to have his hands up. So that does sound about right, but I don't know what strategy that was though. Like he was not going forward. When he did go forward and finally hurt Dubois, he started to rush. Like he basically like chased him down before he got knocked out. Like, what is he doing? He's chasing this guy down. He ran towards him. And Dubois wasn't that hurt. So I think the crowd kind of got Joshua to the point where he was like, oh, he hurt. No, he's not that hurt. He was aware. So if Joshua would have took his time that last 10 seconds, he probably would have gave himself a chance, but a lot of mistakes he made in that fight. I did blame Ben Davison a lot, but Joshua made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. He made a lot of mistakes. But I just don't feel like he was well prepared going into that fight. But I thought with the experience he had, maybe he'd be able to wing it. But I always thought that fighting schedule he was on was terrible. When I look at his career, yeah, he started boxing late and like when he started boxing, like 18 or something like that. But he has the experience enough and the skill set and the athleticism to win a fight like that, but makes a lot of bad mistakes in fights. His ring IQ is good, but instincts just not like that. But yeah, I thought Robert Garcia was a little better for Joshua. Because if you look at the last fight with Joshua, yeah, the defense was bad, but his offense would have been able to shut down the questions about his defense. He wasn't really offensive. And then when he finally became offensive, his legs was not under him, and he got dropped. He got put to sleep, you know what I'm saying? So I think he should have just stuck to the game plan as far as going forward, if that was the game plan. Now, the going back stuff he was doing early, I didn't like it. But it's hard to be the guy like Daniel Dubois, though. It really is. Daniel Dubois fought a lot of guys. If you look at the fighters now, who's been beating people, they're jumping in the ring with certain fighters. You know what I'm saying? Like Rayo jumping in the ring with certain people. Pitbull just lost, but he's still jumping in the ring with certain people. And that means a lot in boxing, man. Whether people realize it or not. It doesn't have to be a guy with a big name or somebody who's known, but you got to jump in the ring with somebody and challenge yourself, or you're not gonna get better in boxing. People still get better in the pros. Daniel Dubois is still getting better. With the people that I think Jared Anderson, he took a big fight too early, but now he can say that he's fighting somebody. Jared Anderson can say now that he's fighting somebody because he just fought somebody, but it's not like all the other people he's been fighting. Yeah, the showboat was crazy. I'm like, bro, why are you showboating right now? He's always done that thing where he like stick his tongue out, and I never understood that though. Yeah, it was a brutal beatdown, man. It was bad. He lost every round. Kind of seen it coming a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Cause I don't know. I felt like Joshua was kind of a little too confident, even though he should have been. You know, he's a fighter. But just a little too confident going to this fight when they were doing the things early on. But that face-off showed me everything. Bro, when I watched that face-off, if you go to the weigh-in, I'm telling you, those weigh-ins, they mean a lot. I know people don't think so, but those weigh-ins mean a lot, bro, especially when you're an athlete, a boxer. Those weigh-ins, they mean a lot. And this dude, if you go back and look at the way that Daniel Dubois was looking at Anthony Joshua, his eyes was telling him, bro, I'm going to beat you. Go look at that man's eyes, man. He won that fight before that fight even happened. I seen that like before the fight happened. I said it on live too. I was like, oh my God, I think I'm going with Dubois. Stu's looking at him crazy. Yeah. He took a big one like early on, and he was taking like IVs. So the stuff that we seen, the people think that he took something before the fight, but it was like he already had some stuff that he was coming off of. So yeah, you're right. So by the time he failed the first drug test, that was like weeks before the fight. No, what drug test he failed? He failed the one before the fight and after the fight, I think. I don't know, so long ago. I don't want to give no misinformation out there. But yeah, he did take a big cycle and then slowly cycled off though. Yeah, it happens all the time, man. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. And they know this. A lot of people don't want to this stuff to be a big deal because it's gonna expose a lot of these guys who can't really train without their magic beans. Yeah, Anderson did better. Anderson won a round or two. Anderson, you know what Anderson's problem was? Anderson should have been doing what Dimitri Bivol did. Anderson should have been doing what Dimitri Bivol did. He was doing it for like a round or two. He was moving, but and he wasn't out of shape. But for some reason, he just thought that, hey, I can stand here and trade with Bacoli. No, you can't. You've already been dropped. You can't stay here and trade with this guy. It's too big. You need to take him in deep waters and figure out what you can do. But yeah, that was just and then he was working with Sugar Hill. I'm not a fan of Sugar Hill. I think Sugar Hill had the worst year that any trainer has had. If you look at really who he's been training, he had Tyson Fury with the Ngannou situation, then with the Usyk, then he just recently had Jared Anderson. So yeah, Sugar Hill, he's on the high seat. I know he wasn't always. He got to start proving that he's a real trainer. He really does. That Deontay Wilder win those were some good wins, but that was a long time. That was a long time ago. Haven't had no big wins since then. It's time to pick up a big win, man. That's why I usually give fighters credit. Trainers credit when a fighter does well, but sometimes it's the trainer, sometimes it's the fighter. Oh man, that's what I'm saying. Moses over there. And I don't want to say it like Ben Davison not a good trainer. I think he's a good trainer. I just think maybe he didn't know enough about Anthony Joshua, to be honest with you. Got him at the wrong time. Anthony Joshua's up in age. Ben Davison probably thought he was Freddie Roach 2.0. But I think more so, it had more so to do with Joshua. But yeah, he played a part in it. Yeah, that Charles Martin. Yeah, I actually thought Charles Martin was going to beat him. If you want to know the truth, I thought Charles Martin was going to beat him. Didn't know that Charles Martin was on 2 weeks' notice. And to be honest with you, Blank Man, that you brought that up, Charles Martin, if you look at that last round, Charles Martin had him. When Charles Martin hit that man with that last shot in the fight, in the 12th round, or 10th round, whatever round it was, last round, Charles Martin was out, Jared Anderson was out on his feet, man. He was knocked out. He was out on his feet. I'm talking about out. If it would have been another round, he wouldn't have been able to fight. He was out on his feet. That's when I knew then. I said, man, this kid's in trouble. But I never thought highly of Jared Anderson. I seen a lot of people saying that I think Wilder be able to Jared Anderson be able to beat Wilder. Like, listen, bro. I understand people like to use Wilder's name as far as these heavyweights, but I don't know if anybody know it, but none of these guys that people talking about, ain't nobody finna beat Zane. Nobody has beat Joseph Parker except Joe Joyce. And that was late in the fight, and Anthony Joshua beat Joseph Parker, but I think Joseph Parker won that fight. And nobody's beat Tyson Fury except Usyk. People had like Deontay Wilder lost to like some bums or something. You know what I'm saying? Like Joseph Parker is a good heavyweight. I mean, he's never got destroyed by anybody, and he got stopped by Joe Joyce. And Joe Joyce is a very big guy if you ever seen him in person, or just next to one of these heavyweights. But he's a very big guy. And if you look at Wilder's resume next to Anthony Joshua, Wilder's lost to better fighters than Anthony Joshua has. That's just a fact. So I think a lot of these people think some of these heavyweights are better than what they are, but they're getting exposed though. About who can't box and stuff, a lot of that stuff. It's gonna be a lot of guys who are gonna be underneath Wilder at the end of their careers, as far as the losses they're gonna take at heavyweight. Look at Frank Sanchez. He just lost to Caviel. Makhmudov just lost to Vianello. And he lost to Caviel, so it's a lot of guys taking some weird losses. He said Ottawa Lynn. I got a better one than Ottawa Lynn. I said F.A. Ajagba. F.A. Ajagba would be a good fight. Who I don't know about Joe Joyce. I think Dillian White would be all right. Cause Jared Anderson ain't really fought no competition like that. You know what I'm saying? Like he needs to get in there with some guys that's gonna test him, but not destroy him right now, because he's still technically in my mind, he a prospect. He ain't never stopped being a prospect. I know the Charles Martin fight was like, but he's always still been a prospect. Like in heavyweight, I don't start taking heavyweight serious until like they get to close to 30, because, you know, do I believe in Torres? I think I need to see Torres put on 20 more pounds. Torres need to put on 20 more pounds. And he don't got to get in the weight room a little bit, but if I was Torres, I'd try to have Holyfield as my strength and conditioning coach or something like that. Torres need to put on some muscle, some real muscle. He needs to put on some muscle. If you're gonna go in there and handle certain guys, because I think look at Daniel Dubois and Torres. Man, how old is Torres? Torres better not be close to the age of Daniel Dubois. Torres 25, so he's older than Jared Anderson. He's not that old, so I don't really put too much pressure on Torres. He's like 20 more pounds. And he said, "Get to with Victor Conte." Sure, Victor Conte cool. I'm alright with Victor Conte. He don't usually get guys big these days like that anyway. Most of the guys who go over there don't get that big. Like, I think Caleb Plant be going over. I don't know if Caleb Plant is snack. I know a couple of guys over there. Benavidez, they don't really get big like that. Terrence Crawford. I think more other guys like, what's his name? Yeah, they have some bigger guys on other places than Snack does. But yeah, he could get in contact with Victor Conte, but you know they got top rank and everybody got their own people they work with. But Victor Conte needs to put in some work though. Oh yeah. You talking about the shoot. Victor Conte reputation bad. Shoot, Oscar De La Hoya reputation bad. Oscar De La Hoya just as bad as Victor Connie is. Every time he be around a fighter, they popping on PEDs allegedly. Shoot, no. That's the reason why I don't be looking at Victor Connie like that, because I'm like, shoot, Canelo done popped when he was with Oscar. Ryan Garcia done popped dirty when he with Oscar. That's the guy we need to be watching. Victor Connie, he ain't did as much in boxing as these other guys. They best fighters popping on PEDs. I ain't know Bam was on snack though. Yeah, that's why I don't be tripping over Victor Connie though. Look at Eddie Hearn got these fighters, Connor Ben and these guys. Victor Connie, that's the least of my worries right now. Nah, it was something else. It was a guy. It was a guy that hit Oscar De La Hoya up, and he was like, "Hey man, why don't you put all your drug test results out and show everybody all your drug test results over the years?" And he was like, "Nah, I ain't doing that." Because Oscar was talking about Pacquiao, possibly allegedly. He just wanted to test Pacquiao back in the day and see if he was doing something. Because he was trying to insinuate like maybe Pacquiao was on, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. 40,000 a year, 3 million a year. Yeah, Anderson trying to get that 3 million retired. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He already thinking ahead, which is a bad thing, but he better try to fight, man. A lot of other guys had to sit back because I think that Boxer platform with 2X's, they got Piccoli on there now, so they signing a lot of guys on their platform. I thought Oscar did. Yeah, I read it already. Did you said why do? Yeah, a lot of people dodge him all the time. But you gotta realize Ryan was running around drinking and smoking. So all the drinking and smoking he was doing was keeping the drugs in his system. You know, usually most of these boxers, they don't drink and smoke when they doing all this, but he was drinking and smoking. So it was keeping the PEDs in his system. And you know, the drinking alcohol and stuff was slowing down his metabolism. So what would normally flush out of your system, it wasn't flushing out. Oh, his name Alonzo? I thought it was Alan So Amazing. What's going on, Alan So Amazing? I mean, Alonzo. If I was Ryan, I'd be working with Derrick J on that right hand every day. Yeah, that right hand need to be touched up a little bit. I thought he was gonna use it a lot more in the last fight, but I was leaning more towards the left hook. I've always thought Ryan Garcia left hook was dangerous. That's the punch that was scaring me. That was the punch that kind of was scaring me before the fight. I wasn't surprised how everything went down too, man. I'm surprised at what happened after the fight though, as far as the test and everything, but yeah, Ryan's always been dangerous. But he got to get back on the ball though. If he got to get back in the mix. If this the only fight he gonna ride out for the rest of his career gonna last 2 years. Because now I'm hearing fans say, well, you know, Teofimo beat Lomachenko. I'm like, man, that was almost 5 years ago, man. Yeah, he beat Lomachenko like almost 5 years ago. It's time to move on. Teofimo was 23 when he beat Lomachenko. He's 27 now. Dude, almost 30 years old. I'm like, nah. So if Ryan falls in that situation, which I see happening, it's gonna be tough for him to get out of because as you move up in weight, it's gonna be a lot tougher. A lot of guys that he wanted to fight at 140, they're gonna be at the bottom when you get to 47 or 54. Then a lot of fights you want to see right now, you probably gonna want to see in like 2 years. Not gonna want to see like Eastside Cruz and Ryan right now. People wanted to see that, but not anymore. So a lot of matchups that they wanted to see him in, it's really only Haney on the table or nothing. So I feel like his back's more against the wall right now. But it's gonna be interesting though, because we don't know who he's fighting. And he has a lot of options. But 2025, you're gonna find out how serious people want to fight though. Yeah, Tank did a good job of defending that left hook. Yeah, Tank did a good job. I think with him being a southpaw, it helped, but he was aware of it early on. He wasn't pressing. He wasn't as aggressive as Haney was. Haney came out aggressive, man, on fire. And Tank wasn't as aggressive like that. You know, usually Haney starts off a fight, but he's not as aggressive as he was. And I knew Ryan had him. Ryan had him pissed off, man. Ryan had him so mad, bro. When I seen him run out that first round, I was like, ah. Oh. Yeah, I know. I think it should be. I think a lot of these fights will be big. I think what's going to happen is a lot of the people we are waiting on to make big fights, we're going to just move away from them slowly. I think that's all that's going to happen. I think that's the only thing that's going to happen. I think with big fights happening, it's going to make it worse for other fighters too. Not to say that it's going to make their careers worse, but it's going to put the pressure on them to fight more people. You don't want to be the odd man out. Just like right now, it's a lot of fighters that's like, well, I haven't fought on Turkey Yellow Sheet card yet. Yeah, but who have you been fighting? You know what I'm saying? Like, usually most of these guys who's fighting on Turkey Yellow Sheet cards, they've been active. Or they've been in big fights already. So if you haven't been active and you haven't been in big fights, it's gonna be kind of hard to get that payday. Even with Liam Cameron, he had to go the distance with Dimitri Bivol and possibly beat him. I'm not Dimitri Bivol, but Lyndon Arthur after he fought Dimitri Bivol. So a lot of these fights are like tryouts almost, but they're kind of in between. Still got to show up and fight. But I think a lot of fights can get made soon. I hear a lot of people saying right now, well, you know, Terrence Crawford and Canelo, bro, nobody been asking for Canelo and Terrence Crawford for the last 3 or 4 years. I don't know why these fans keep bringing up Canelo and Crawford like it's just like if that fight happens, somebody gonna lose their life or something like that. Bro, relax. Like, boxing ain't that serious. When they get that serious, then I'll fall back. But people just acting like everybody been asking for Canelo and Crawford for the last 4 or 5 years. Nobody been talking about Terrence Crawford and Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody. It's not really that big of a deal, man. The only people are making the Terrence Crawford and Canelo fight a big deal is the people that don't want to see it. And I've never heard anybody complain about a fight they don't want to see as much as they do in this one. I didn't want to see Charlo and Canelo fight, but it happened. And there was a lot of people that wanted to see it. I didn't want to see Ryan versus Tank. I felt like that was too early, but a lot of people wanted to see it. And Ryan went out there and did nothing. So I think If you want to think about it and be honest, I think Ryan has a bigger red flag on him just because, dude, you took PEDs after you quit in the Tank Davis fight. So now he has to prove to me, I don't know about any of the other fans, but he has to prove to me that he went out there and didn't take PEDs because he quit in the Tank Davis fight, which I don't believe. I think he did quit in Tank Davis fight and he took PEDs because he physically didn't believe in himself. You don't quit in a fight and then magically PEDs just pop up later on. You didn't believe in yourself, bro. Man to man, you didn't believe in yourself. No matter what nobody else say about, you didn't believe in yourself, brother. That's gonna be hard for you to bounce back from. And he knows that when he lays down at night, he's like, man, how am I gonna do this again without people saying that I'm a cheater? And there's a lot of boxers that haven't called Ryan Garcia out, and he's a big payday. That's a red flag too. For people not to call him out. I know people like Shakur and Keyshawn Davis got on live and everything, but they in two different weight classes. And they could have been called him out. Well, they have called him out, but you know what I mean. You got to put yourself in position to actually have a fight like that. But ain't nobody trying to fight him right now, seriously. There may be guys in the amateurs training and studying 24/7 just to get those big checks and have achievements. Exactly. That's exactly why Dana White and this fight is important. That's why it's important, because a lot of these amateur guys that's coming up right now, they're not getting a lot of chances of fighting. Like even these cards with Turkey Al Sheik, if these cards wouldn't have happened, we'll still be talking about how, well, not we, but it was a lot of people talking about how Joshua was going to beat Tyson Fury. That was a huge topic. Oh, I got Joshua over Fury. I'm like, bro, let's just hold up for a minute. It's too much belief in that guy's abilities. Yeah, I think heavyweight's always gonna be good, but it's just the generation of heavyweights that's coming up now. Like a lot of these guys are getting, I don't know, they gotta start promoting boxing in a more positive light. You know what I'm saying? Just have to. You gotta start promoting boxing in a more a better light, because, and MMA as well, because a lot of big guys in MMA or boxing that's heavyweights, they'll get into boxing, but they don't want to really get into boxing. And there's a lot of guys that are heavyweights in boxing, but instead of them getting a chance to fight a guy like Joshua, they have to basically wait or get a chance or hope that they sign with a certain company. But a lot of guys still don't get a chance either way, so it's tough. It's very tough right now for boxing. You got to do a lot of things to actually get a fight. Something bad this year is the bare knuckle jump. Yeah, I know, man. The bare knuckle fighting. They got some a good fight card coming up with Austin Trout coming up soon. They was consistently doing them, but I mean they had a card recently. I think recently they just had 2 small cards. But I think they're gonna start to come back with some more cards. They tried to have Rigondeaux on the card, but it didn't work. Yeah, Lorenzo Hunt, yeah, I know. Yeah, man, bare knuckle was decent, but I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know. They had the talent in there, but dang, 40% of his purse. And you gotta take drug tests. That is crazy. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. Liam Cameron got 4 years for something that wasn't even a PED. He got 4 years, man, suspension. It might have been longer than that. As far as I know, 4 years. But yeah, man, they suspended these guys for 4 years, man, over there in the UK. Certain people, some of these guys is getting a year, and I don't know what kind of Ben's got, but yeah, these guys get suspended, man. That's why I said they let Ryan Garcia off easy. He get caught again though. At this point, bro, you gotta um take matters into your own hands. Cause right now, you got people telling you that they want you to rematch somebody who's on PEDs. You might as well just give Ryan Garcia a pistol or whatever. Because if you feel like that, then we already know where you stand. Because a lot of these guys like Hunt, man, you can go in there and destroy somebody like that. Literally. I just like to read the room though. In boxing these days, you just gotta read the room. Just read the room, man. That's all you gotta do. Just read the room. That's why the Ryan thing is funny because he's not getting that many clicks like that unless it's about something Haney related. Bro, when I see Ryan Garcia post something that doesn't talk about Devin Haney, he's not getting any kind of views, bro. A lot of these guys aren't. So it's sad to the point where he hasn't even branched himself off as being his own commodity yet. I don't even know if he can do a pay-per-view still. Even with all the publicity he's got. Oh yeah, they're not getting paid in no suspensions. No, absolutely not. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Ryan he can afford to be suspended. But as far as I think it still hurts him though with the suspension he's been in because he hasn't been training. And the one thing Ryan said he wants to do is be active still. And I think a guy like him who's drinking excessively and using paraphernalia excessively, that's kind of bad for him right now because that's going to lead to gaining weight. Yeah, I know that's crazy, man. Then you got to get back to 4 years, 2 to 4 years, and you got to stay in shape and motivate yourself. It's wild, man. Stuff hard to do. That's why I got to give kudos to Joshua because I'm like, still got to get out there and fight, man. So got to give him his credit. Joshua's still going out there fighting. But shoot, he getting paid enough, so that's not a big deal. Just got paid like $50 million. But sometimes, man, guys will be like, man, I'm just gonna take off the year. Pressure getting too much. But I just don't want guys to fall into a hole. Like, it's gonna be hard for a lot of people to bounce back once these tough fights start to come in. Cause look at like how Ben Whittaker is getting backlash right now. It's gonna be hard to bounce back. Great boxing trainer should warn their fighters about AB. AB was great till he started partying. No, I always thought AB was limited in his skills, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, that is true. I will say that AB could have been a lot better. He could have been one of the best. But yeah, when he was partying and drinking and everything like that, and AB was like one of the first like viral boxers to go viral. So that I think that hurt him a lot. If he would have came out before the internet, he probably wouldn't have been as bad. But with him being like the internet guy who brushes hair, I think stuff went left after that. And it took a long time for him to bounce back. AB looking at things now, he's like, and then recently with him, like they were saying recently, like, yeah, it's easy for AB to lose the weight, but he just wasn't losing the weight. So that just lets you know right there, he ain't even working out hard. I know everybody got personal things going on, but bro, this is how you get paid. It's time to pick it up. Yeah, if he was still active, he'll be all right. He ain't got no bad losses. The people he lost to is not really bad. He lost to what? Blair Cobbs, Maidana, Pacquiao, Sean Porter, and Mikey Garcia. He ain't got no bad losses. The dude just ain't been active. But that's on him, man. He got too many opportunities getting pushed to his table though. If other fighters was getting the type of fights and fight offers that Adrian Broner has gotten over the years, bro, they'll be ecstatic. Dude was able to fight Pacquiao. He fought Pacquiao before a lot of other people did too. He could think that he didn't get taken care of, but you still got the Pacquiao fight out of nowhere. You didn't fight Mayweather, but you fought Pacquiao. They made sure that happened. Shoot, Earl got hurt. He couldn't even fight Pacquiao. So you still got the Pacquiao fight. Yeah, he had opportunities. If he would have beat Pacquiao, Adrian Broner would have been all right after that. Like, he had a good chance to go in there and fight Pacquiao and beat him, but didn't do it. You can only hold yourself accountable. But that's crazy though. Lorenzo Hunt went in there and got suspended. He got to do all that to bounce back off a test. That's wild. But yeah, them PEDs is real in boxing, man. That's why in a minute, a lot of these boxers gonna get mad. Like, hey man, this dude got suspended for this for a year and I got 4 years. Claggett fighting tomorrow. Write that down. Yeah, them guys like Claggett, man, they hard to get to stop right now. A lot of guys fighting out of Canada ain't getting stopped lately. Them guys fighting out. Man, I missed the fight recently. Somebody had what's his name? Dang, I forgot the guy's name. He fought out of Canada. Oh, he does fight tomorrow. Oh, okay. Eduardo Estella. Okay, Claggett back in the game. Okay. I wonder what platform he fighting on. Do I know anybody on this card? Yeah, I know a couple people on this card. Yeah, they got some guys on here, but yeah, this gonna be a tough I don't know this co-main event guy, but I'm gonna check him out. This guy fighting out of Russia. Yeah, I'm gonna end up watching that. Yeah, I seen that Eye of the Tiger people. They've been putting on some good cards recently. Oh, yeah, November is gonna be loaded. I think October is gonna be a good preview for November. I think October is a good setup month for November, and I think December is gonna end well. Then we're gonna go to the January with Benavidez and Morel. I think really from here on out, you're gonna get consistent boxing every month. It's gonna be a lot more boxing the next year, year and a half. I wouldn't trip too much over no big fights. It's gonna be some big fights happening. It just won't be the certain fights that people expect. But I mean, at this time right now, bro, that's on these guys. I mean, only the boxers are in control of their careers. So if they don't want to fight certain people, and they feel like their careers are in a certain place, and if I keep just fighting certain competition, because I'm gonna tell you right now, there's gonna be other guys that's gonna get more popular than the guys who's popular now, just by fighting competition. They're gonna get known for fighting tough competition. So it might not be guys who are champions, but it's gonna be some contenders that's gonna be fighting the best fights. And I'm starting to see it already. If you look at certain guys like Rayo, Pitbull, Fundora, a lot of these guys only 25 and they fought 2 or 3 champions already. Yeah, that Foster fight gonna be good. That card loaded. You know what's crazy? I think Foster and Floyd Schofield fight the same day. So I think Foster and Floyd Schofield gonna fight the same day. Floyd Schofield has a Golden Boy card. That's pretty nice. It has Fundora's sister fighting on co-main event. Yeah, Iglesias gonna be fighting. Is that on the Eye of the Tiger too? Yeah, 168 gonna get 168 is gonna be crazy, bro. There's a lot of people at 168 right now. Iglesias gonna have a lot of people he can fight at 168. Yeah, he's fighting out of Montreal. Yeah, is that an Eye of the Tiger fight? Yeah, that's an Eye of the Tiger fight, man. So Iglesias is fighting on the Eye of the Tiger card. Yeah, I knew it was. Eye of the Tiger putting on some cards right now. Yeah, Eye of the Tiger got some good cards right now. What's up, Truth? What's going on? Is he signed the I don't know. I don't know if he signed the Top Rank. That's a good question. He could just be signed to somebody else and then they're putting the fights on Top Rank little by little. Like kind of like how they did Sandro Martin or these other guys. Then they end up signing them. Probably still has his own promotional company, but probably not directly with Top Rank right now. Is he ready for Vozick? He probably need one more fight, but he really don't have no choice at this point. I think he's like, ain't Iman like 30? I think Katia like 30. Yeah, he's 30 years old. Yeah, it's time to go now. Yeah, he's age 30. Yeah, he ready for he really has no choice right now. He gotta make something happen. Because 175 is starting to get crowded. He just fought recently, so I don't expect him to do much coming up, but let's see how many 10 rounds. He's been in 3 10-round fights. I don't know. He jumping a 12-round fight right now. Might be a it might be a tough fight for him. I would say maybe one or two more fights, but I mean, he's 30 years old. He can jump in there now. He can definitely jump in there now. He don't got too many miles on his tires. Yeah, I seen him. I seen Wilkins Matthew. He good. I like him. Yeah, I like him too. Yeah, I seen him fight. I forgot the last card he was on, but I seen him. He's good. I was wondering. I said that name looks familiar. Yeah, I seen him fight on that fight card. He's good. He's young though. 19. He's only 19, so I see why they're kind of taking time with him, but yeah, he's good though. I like how he box. Yeah, it's a good fighter. This next fight, I mean, it should be okay. Guy's only been knocked out once. Fighting out of Argentina. Yeah, it should be a tough fight. That's a good matchup for him. Yeah, I know. The guy in Glaciers is fighting. I think he's a game. I think he game. He gonna come to fight, but I don't know how talented he is. Might be a situation. Let me see, cause I did do a breakdown on the guy, but I forgot the guy he was fighting. And Glaciers was fighting. Oh, Ivanov. Oh, he fighting Ivanov. He fighting the guy who's undefeated with 2 draws. Oh yeah, you said the last guy he fought, yeah, with 7 losses. Yeah, I seen that. I was like, I don't know, man. Yeah, Ivanov hasn't really fought anybody. To be honest with you, hasn't really fought anybody, and yeah, kind of hard to tell. I think he's a decent fighter. I think he's better than Beko, but yeah, this is gonna be a tough fight. I don't think Ivanov is as good as Iglesias though. I definitely don't. I think Billy and Munguia will fight. They asked him about Billy. I think if Billy and Munguia fights, it will be later next year or early next year. I don't think they'll do that right now because Munguia and Berlanga is becoming a big fight. And then Pacheco said he wants to fight Munguia. So if it's a situation where Pacheco ends up jumping in the ring with Canelo later next year, yeah, I see Munguia and Billy fight next year. If I had to pick between the two of them right now, I'm going with Munguia, but I think Billy need to see 1 or 2 more styles. He just need to. He just needs to. He just needs to. If he would have went in there against Munguia like he did that last fight, he'll be in bad trouble right now. Does have a good chance against the Greek guy. Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up. When that fight coming up? Because I ain't been keeping up with these OTX cards. Yeah, I think I thought the Greek guy, because I thought the Greek guy, he kind of struggled the last fight he was in. He was exhausted after that fight. He could have lost that last fight, but The guy was impressing, man. Yeah, I think he could beat the Greek guy. What's his name? Let me find him out. That's the Andres guy, ain't it? Yeah. I think he could beat this guy, man, but it's gonna be a tough fight though. The last fight he was in was a split decision. So I felt like it could have went either way, but this Greek guy, I'm gonna go with Adams just because of his pedigree, but I didn't like his last performance. I felt like he was in the waters a little bit too much. He fought good competition though. Varane is a dog. I almost went with Varane in this fight. Varane's a dog, and he was only 25. The guy that Brandon Adams fought last fight, he's only 25 out of Argentina. But he's a dog though. I know he gave Jair Tucker a hard fight. But yeah, I think Brandon Adams will be able to do this. He'll be able to defeat the guy. Depends on when they have the fight too. You don't want to have him out too long. Yeah, I think it's gonna be some stacked cards outside of the card. We already know Munguia and not Munguia. We already know Morel and Benavidez are gonna fight. So I think that's gonna be a stacked card. Because they have Pitbull and Ryo on the co-main event. So I think that's gonna be a stacked card. I think they're still trying to have not Usyk, but Fury and Anthony Joshua. I don't know if they'll have it like in March, like they said, because it sounds like Joshua and Dubois is going to be fighting in February. So I guess the Joshua and Dubois card will be stacked, but that's a turkey card, so I think that's a turkey card, unless they do a domestic card. Who else? I don't know. They got to find Canelo's next opponent. Canelo's next opponent is going to be tough because a lot of people not really mentioning him unless it's Bivol. So Canelo's next fight is going to be tough. They got to figure that situation out. But I think Canelo still has everything. He still has the power in his hands right now. He could easily make a fight with a couple of guys 2025 and everybody basically leave him alone or crown him as the guy who's the top of this era. Telling you, Canelo like 1 or 2 fights away from being the top of this era. But he's still in the middle of his career though. So I think Canelo can have a super card. Depends on what happens. I think if Inoue jumps to 126, that's a super card. Especially if he fights in the USA, that's a super card. I think if he fights in the United States, they'll stack that card up, especially if someone like Top Rank. That'll be a very stacked card. I heard that Billy had an injury in that one fight. He stopped throwing with it. Yeah, what was the crazy part was, and Billy was injured. I'm glad you said that. That's a good point. And Billy was injured, right? And I heard y'all saying in the chat, y'all was like, man, he's hurt. He's hurt. His arm is hurt. So I'm looking at Billy not throwing that much, and I'm like, okay, he was hurt. I can't believe he was hurt. But I could tell now that he was hurt because he wasn't throwing that much. But then after the fight, everybody was saying, no, Derevyanchenko was hurt as well. So I didn't know that Billy was hurt until later on. But even though you guys told me in the chat, I thought he was hurt the whole fight. But they were saying that it was Derevyanchenko. So when I found out Derevyanchenko was hurt, Then later on, I heard that and Billy said that he was hurt. So I'm like, both of those guys were hurt in the fight. So that's a tough fight when both guys get hurt, and it's like shoulder and arms. The Misfits card next is November 28th. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. I follow Lil Cray Cray on YouTube now, so when the cards be coming around, I don't know why I be missing them. I seen the advertisement for the girl fight when the girls had the main event fight recently. I seen the card, but for some reason, I thought it was something else. Like, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was bare knuckle fighting or something. And I thought it was gonna be like later on. I didn't know they was gonna have a card right after the other card. So yeah, I'm gonna try to catch that one. It's gonna be around Thanksgiving, so there shouldn't be much boxing going on around that time. Yeah, they do look digitally better than in real life, especially with the spear. I don't know how everybody felt about that spear fight in UFC going to it. I heard a lot of people making a big deal about it, but on the screen, like digitally, it looked amazing. It looked amazing. Like I couldn't even pay attention to Canelo fight really. Once I seen the spear, I was like, whoa. Then the fights were good. Yeah, I actually agree with that because I went to a lot of football games live and things like that. Most people when they go to games, they look at the screen more than they do the field or the ring. So yeah, even people that go to games can agree with that. They look at the screens more. Absolutely not. He's not ready for heavyweight. Not to say that the last performance wasn't good, but I think he need like 20 more pounds. I know he'll gain 20 pounds if he was like walking around, but I think he needs 20 pounds on top of that. A fight with Dubois or Bacoli right now for him. I mean, Anderson probably, but I heard a lot of people say he sparred Fury, but yeah, but in a fight, it's a different thing, you know. Different situation in the fight. But smaller weight heavyweights, yeah, I can see them Avatar beating those guys. I was thinking about that too. Like, is he ready for heavyweight? No, I wouldn't push him too fast. I'd probably say 2 years. He only 29 right now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He ain't beating Fabio. He probably can punch better than Fabio combinations, but the power is there. And I think Fabio a little more confident. Yeah, to be in the background watching the screen, bro, nah. I would probably only do it for like the atmosphere. That's a good fight. Richard Torres, that's a good fight. I think he beat. If I had to guess right now, I'd probably say he beat Torres, but honestly, I don't know. Torres can probably beat him in that fight. So I would say that's a good fight. I agree with that. Yeah, I think Torres can get him. You think Clark done? Man, the way he got hit like that, I hope he's done. I mean, I don't even know how to explain what happened with that situation. I've heard that he got his cheekbone was broke. Then I'm hearing that his jaw was broke. And I'm like, whoa, hold on now. Why are we just throwing around medical information like it's just correct? Yeah, they punch way harder than Fabio. That's what I'm saying. Hey, Clark kind of got lucky because if he was in the ring with taking some of them punches that Joshua and Dubois were throwing, yeah, Clark need to go down and try to fight a guy like. It was a good fight for Clark right now. I would say Joe Joyce, but he still got a lot of power. He heavy. I say Clark better off fighting the Oh, you said C4 Clark. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That jaw dislocated from the face or something. I heard it won't be. Yeah, I know, man. Them fights is tough, man. Yeah, he could have died, bro. When I seen him, I was like, bro, that's not normal. Cause he was stuck, like trying to get up. And you know what's crazy? He still got up, like before the referee waved it off. He still stood up, like his brain was not communicating. It wasn't clicking for a minute. Dang, that's crazy. He fought like a close fight the whole fight last fight, and then this fight it just took one round. That's boxing, man. That's crazy. Yeah, that would be a good fight between Brandon Glanton though. That'd be a good fight. That's something he probably can make happen. That'll be a good fight. I know Char finna fight soon, so I know they're gonna try to add Char into the mix. He got a fight coming up. It's gonna be a lot of guys that's gonna be you think that'll be a good situation? That'll be a good idea. That'll be a good idea. I'm gonna tell you why that's a good idea, Truth. The way his frame is, I kinda agree with that. He doesn't have a big frame, so I agree with that. Clark, he's really not that big. Like as far as solid, just solid, he's not that big. I think of him and Bacoli stand not Bacoli, but Lawrence Okolie. If him and Lawrence Okolie stand next to each other, they're probably about the same size. I know Lawrence Okolie is leaving Bridgerweight and going to heavyweight. So technically he could fight Lawrence Okolie or something like that. He's going to heavyweight. You think he got a chance against Okolie at heavyweight? You said the WBC champion pulling out again at cruiserweight. Oh yeah, man, that guy ain't trying to fight nobody right now, man. Oh, he didn't pull out. Oh, you talking about the guy? Damn. No, he didn't pull out. What happened? Oh, he didn't pull out of the fight. Truth. He Don King got sick, so they canceled the fight. I think that's the guy you talking about. I think that guy signed with Don King, I think, right? Yeah, Don King had got sick and they canceled the fight. He didn't pull out the fight. I know you talking about. Yeah, Don King, he's sick right now. Matter of fact, Don King and Al Heyman are sick right now. So they got Don King and Al Heyman sick. And I heard those guys was like friends, childhood friends or something like that. Something like that. I don't know. I know they were friends. Yeah, 271 that big. Yeah, he pulled out the fight. Dunn King messed up the fight. So technically, and I'm glad you brought that up too. So they possibly would have made a fight with the other cruiserweight guy. What's up, Dr. Wayne? Yeah, shout out to Dr. Wayne, man. Yeah, Dr. Wayne, what's going on? Let me see if I can change when I'm speaking. I think Dr. Wayne speak Chinese. You speak Chinese, Dr. Wayne? Maybe you can understand what I'm saying now. Yeah, but I think that'll be a good fight though. Between Clark and Okoli. Casemiro missed weight this past weekend, so Japan gives him a lifetime ban. Oh yeah. I seen that. You said anyway got exposed. Yeah, I thought it was a good fight, man. I thought it was a good fight. I thought it was a close fight. I ain't gonna lie, Dr. Wayne. It was like it was like early morning, AM. It had to be the sun wasn't even up yet, so I was watching it, but I wasn't really paying attention, man. Yeah, Casemiro got he got banned. I thought it was a 1 year ban. I thought they said 1 year. I thought they said 1 year. Dr. Wayne. He said lifetime. Hold on. I thought they said 1 year. Yeah, they don't play about that weight over there though. I try to tell people about that. They did Luis Nery like that. They gave Luis Nery a lifetime ban. They gonna give Luis Nery a lifetime. They gave him a lifetime ban. Yeah, I seen the story somewhere. I can't find it now. Dang, lifetime. I thought it was just a year. That is a long time. Hey, now Inoue can't fight what's his name? Nakatani. That's over with. Inoue would not be able to fight Nakatani now. I know a lot of somebody said, hey, who said Zazumi they wanted to see Zazumi fight? Who they say they wanted to see Zazumi fight? It wasn't Inoue, it was somebody else. I forgot who they said they want to see Zazumi fight. But yeah, they're not gonna have it. I just want Inoue to go to 26. Oh yeah, you're all right. You're all right. I thought it was just a year. The other guy got a lifetime ban, which is getting a lifetime ban is serious. But they took the lifetime ban away, so. But yeah, Casemiro, this was a big fight for them in Japan because he was fighting Saul Sanchez. And it looks like, what's going on, Hurl? They were trying to put together, it looks like another fight possibly with Saul Sanchez. Saul Sanchez just fought recently. I forgot who he just fought. Yeah, he just fought Maloney. So Saul Sanchez just fought Maloney recently. And he fought on OTX recently against Arthur Villanova. But what's crazy is though, They got Casemiro to fight Saul Sanchez, but they didn't ask him to fight Elijah Pierce, which is weird. He's around the same weight. He might be ranked higher than Saul Sanchez. Hold on, what weight do they got Saul Sanchez at? Bantamweight? Saul Sanchez ain't fighting at bantamweight right now. He's fighting at. Yeah, he is fighting at bantamweight. My bad. I'm looking at something else. Hold on, this is super bantamweight, ain't it? Yeah, so Casemiro just fought a guy that was at 118. Still couldn't make weight. Yeah, he had no reason to be in the ring with him. Let me see. Let me look at this list. Yeah, Elijah Pierce, 13. He ranked he's number 13 on this list. He's over TJ Delhini. Yeah, he should have just made that fight. He said, I thought my YouTube was tripping. My bad. Anyway, and Canelo were together this weekend. They're probably working on a big card. It'll be nice. Yeah, it would. I think that Canelo's oh, it's just another language, bro. That's it. It's just subtitles. It's just Chinese. Yeah, Canelo, his dream was always to fight in Japan. I did not know this. I just put the video out last night. But Canelo's dream is always to fight in Japan, so he's gonna fight in Japan in December, hopefully. But I had put out a video in February or something where I said that Canelo would have 3 fights this year. Canelo never fights 3 times in a year, so I thought it was clickbait a little bit, but I went ahead and reported it. Then they said he would be fighting possibly in Saudi Arabia, but then we're getting word now that he wants to fight in Japan, so that's why he's over there. And he had a fighter on the card. The guy that Kenshiro fought, Taraji, the guy who Taraji fought, Christopher Rosales, that's Canelo fighter. So he was over there letting his fighter fight on the fight card with the Inoue, and he also wanted to see how Japan was. Canelo, he had a good time. I got a picture where they like asking him to sign autographs in a restaurant. But yeah, he's pretty popular in Japan. They know who he is, which is a good thing. They had the press conference today. Ooh, I'm glad Lamo said, they said don't run. And said Power would beat Hitches. I cannot wait. Hey, you know what's crazy? I like Hitches and Paro. But I will say this, if I wanted to be unbiased, and I got pictures to prove it. Man, Hitches been out of shape lately. I seen Hitches gain so much weight recently. I'm like, bro, ain't nobody as skinny as you is supposed to be gaining that much weight. For real. These dudes be blowing up in between fights. Like chicken and beer type blowing up. Oh yeah, I know it's an interview. I'm just reading what you're saying. I'm like, y'all can't be blowing up that big in between fights, man. Yeah, I like Hitchens, but you got to come in there ready for Paro. Paro gonna fight the whole 12 rounds. Paro coming to fight. And he got a chip on his shoulder too. Yeah, Tenshin, he doesn't have that many fights under his belt. But I will agree with you because another guy that fights, I forgot his name. He one of my favorite fighters. I forgot his name. He fought recently. I think it was on Inouye's card. Yeah, it was on Inouye's card. The one who turned the guy who used to be a kickboxer. He's a little more ahead than Tension is, and he used to be a kickboxer. That's the only thing that worries me. Tension, he just needs to be a little more active. He needs to fight some guys in Philippines and Thailand a little bit right now too. Nah, I'm not saying that he did. No. I ain't saying he did that because of weight against Lemos. Nah, Lemos just caught him off guard, and I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Because before the fight, a lot of people that was on his side was saying that Lemos ain't that good. People that was on his team and stuff, they was like, nah, Lemos, he ain't something we seen before. And I was like, I don't know about that. But the thing that scared me was I think he just had a close fight, to be honest with you. I think he just had a close fight. Could have ran it back too. 5'5", 7'1" arm reach. That is insane. Hey, bro, I don't know if y'all. Hey, I'm glad you brought that up too, Truth. It been some guys recently. It's been some guys recently, man, that from South Africa. They've been Africa, period. A lot of African boxers. They've been doing a good job boxing lately. I've noticed that. They've been doing a real good job. He said, I think Dillian White transitioned for kickboxing to box. I think what's the other guy's name? I know he did Jarrell Big Baby Miller. I think he transitioned from kickboxing to boxing. So it definitely does work. It definitely does work. I've seen some guys who can box. You said oh yeah, it's all good, bro. It's all good. A lot of people can't that's good. I mean you can see it. He got a first round KO. Man, them dudes been dominating this week in Japan. Then No Shinga just lost his belt in Japan. He got whooped by some guy over there. I forgot where the guy's from. Thailand or Japan? Or not Japan, but I think the guy was from Thailand or somewhere. Man, it's been a couple of guys getting whooped over there. They been having some good fights lately, though. I like the matchups they've been making with some of these guys from South Africa and the Japanese fighters. It's been some good fights. I think a lot of people ain't noticed it this week. That's why I was so tired yesterday. I couldn't go live. I was staying up late watching all these fights. Well, early. Watching all these fights. It's pretty good, though. I think the lower weight classes are better than people realize right now. I see Keyshawn beating Lemos. Keyshawn is better than Hitches. Yeah, I think Keyshawn's a little more complete boxer than Hitches is. He's a lot more smarter, too, because Keyshawn doesn't really try to go for a knockout. He don't try to impress usually a personality like his, you'll think he'll try to go out there and go for a knockout or find himself in situations like Tiafimo, but I think he does a great job of not trying to go for a knockout every time. So that's what makes him more dangerous. He's a lot more patient. But yeah, I think Hitches is good too. I think Hitches got a chance. I like Hitches. Y'all know he one of the fighters I like watching, so. But I don't know. I kind of favor Paro in this fight, but I'm not gonna overlook Hitches. I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm about to look into it. It's gonna be hard to outbox a guy like Hitchens. Compared to, I'll say Paro he's able to get outboxed, but you gotta also pressure him. If you're not pressuring him and you just fight on the back foot or you just boxing, you're gonna have to do a little bit more. For the judges and for just everything, for the win and everything else. Yeah, I know. People get, Dr. Wayne, people give me so much crap for that. People give me so much crap for saying that the Sam Goodman fight. I just don't want to see that fight, man. There's nothing wrong with Sam Goodman. I think he's a good fighter. That's like me saying I want to see Tyson Fury fight Joe Joyce right now. It's just a waste of time. Yeah, I think MJ is a good fight, especially after what MJ did to the last guy that Nick Ball just fought, Ronnie Rios. I think that should automatically put yeah, I like that list. Gentile, MJ and Nick Ball. Yeah, you heard what MJ is doing today, right? I'm gonna put out the video about what MJ just said. He said that he's gonna enforce this mandatory. I've been telling people he was the mandatory for a while now. I think Inoue could have fought Elijah Pierce and he could have fought MJ. And that would have been better than TJ Doheny and Sam Goodman. But a lot of these guys, they work with certain promoters. Cause like Inoue, he's been fighting a lot of fighters out of Australia and things recently. A lot of Japanese fighters been fighting Australian fighters. So that's happened. That's probably why that's happening now. You know how they was fighting the Maloney's and everybody else. Yeah, that's real. I'd rather see Casemiro before I see Goodman. And I heard Bob Arum said Goodman is more popular than most of those fighters that we're naming. I'm like, bro, Sam Goodman ain't that popular like that. To the point where Inoue needs him. Who said that Inoue needs Sam Goodman to sell a fight? I don't understand that. When I heard Bob Arum say that, I was like, nah, I'm not sure about that. Casemiro, though, he got a 1-year ban, so he can't really fight unless they get the exception from Inoue. He already did it for Neri earlier this year, so he can get somebody off a ban. But yeah, Inoue needs to fight MJ because right now Inoue is at his peak right now. He's not going to get better. Everybody can't fight till they're 40 like Pacquiao, so I'm not going to just assume that Inoue is the next Pacquiao. I don't know if anybody's the next Pacquiao. But he needs to kind of put those fights together so he can have some fights for this generation. Like, he's not really fighting this generation of top fighters. If we talk about the top fighters he's fought, yeah, he's fought Stephen Fulton. And then you fought Donaire, but look what generation Donaire is in. So it's like those are your toughest fights right now. Or your best fights that people like to watch. So I think he may need to move up to give MJ a chance. But that's more so what Bob Arum and all these other guys, his promoters, are putting in front of him. They're making suggestions to him, like the Shushu Carrington fight. They were suggesting to him recently. I know Nick Ball has called out Inoue, so he must have got some kind of idea. You think Inoue cautious at 126? I don't know. You could be right about that. I haven't really thought he was cautious because he said that it was an idea of him to kind of go to 26. I don't know if he's cautious. Because you know why I say that? If he wasn't cautious, if he was cautious, he would have said, you know, I'll just fight Nakatani instead of going to 26, but he's more so thinking about going to 26. But yeah, you're right. It seems like that he's starting to get cautious a little bit, just because the moves I'm seeing now is more so 122. Let me think about fighting at 118. That is very cautious, Dr. Wayne. You think about fighting at 122? That's not a good idea. I mean, a 118, a 122 is cool, but a 118 right now, things like that, that's why I'm kind of like, because I was going to let the Sam Goodman fight go, and I was just going to wait on, what's the guy's name? I was going to wait on anybody at 26. I had kind of gave up on 22. I was like, I'm just ready for him to go to 26. Where they're like, oh yeah, I see where it says don't run. What Nello was talking about, don't run. Yeah, I think Dr. Wayne already on here. I think Dr. Wayne been on here for a minute. I think it's just because I'm early on here right now. I think Dr. Wayne been on here. Dr. Wayne might have been on this channel since last year. Oh, it's Can't Face It MMA. I'm starting to get people subscribing now, but I ain't really been posting like that. I'm gonna post today. That's why I'm on here early right now. I'm gonna post today. I'm gonna do like 2 or 3 fights. I missed the fight night card last week, so I'm kind of mad. Yeah, it's Can't Face It MMA. Oh yeah, I had did it last time when I went on the when I did the Alex fight, when I had clicked off. I know you was tired because you had went to bed. You know, you on the other side of the planet. But yeah, Dr. Wayne been here since 2023, bro. I know who Dr. Wayne is. See, Dr. Wayne ain't know I knew him. Yeah, Dr. Wayne been on here a long time. Dr. Wayne's one of the first people from Asia I had subscribed. Yeah, he's a very smart guy. He knows about boxing. Dr. Wayne probably know more than I do. Yeah, I can get Dr. Wayne a wrench too, man. Morrell kind of remind me of how he plays too much. A lot of people how he plays too much. Most people I see are picking Benavidez. Oh, yeah. Yeah, people picking Benavidez. You know what's crazy? A couple of days ago, a lot of people wasn't picking Benavidez. Well, when the fight got announced. A lot of people saying Benavidez scared of Morrell and stuff like that. I just want all the people that said that David Benavidez was scared of Morrell, I want them to pick Morrell. I think it's a good fight. I think Morrell has a chance, but I just want the people that said that he was scared to pick him. Because I see a lot of people now, since Bivol lost the fight, they like, yeah, well, maybe Beterbiev should just, like, bro, Morrell ain't even fought Benavidez yet. Y'all don't think Morrell go? See, a lot of people not going around right now saying, hey, Morrell gonna fight Beterbiev. I ain't heard not one person say it. So, yeah, I kind of agree with you saying. People picking Benavidez because I don't hear nobody talking about Beterbiev versus Morrell. Yeah, Dr. Wayne been here for a long time though. But yeah, I'm posting on the community channel though. I'm gonna start doing it a day early. I don't like to post a live on here unless I'm really gonna get on here. Man, I screen. I had, bro. I had did the stream like one time, bro. A lot of people was coming in there, but I was just so tired after that Canelo fight. I was just kind of like winging it. You know, we was on here late. It was late when Alex got the fighting, so I kind of winged it. I don't think I went live for that fight. I was on here for the Spear fight though. What was that? 306. I don't think I was on here for 307. I think 306 I was on here though. Yeah, I'm gonna do a breakdown for Ngannou. I need to start trying to bet more on MMA. I've been get some fights right on that those cards. It's kind of easier to judge fights these days because the ground game is so terrible. I miss Pride fighting though. Pride fighting FC used to be good. Andrew Kane versus Goodman. I like Andrew Kane. I'll probably go with Goodman. I like Kane though. Yeah, I'm kind of glad those UFC fights start later than boxing because you don't gotta like really focus in on UFC like you do boxing. Oh yeah, thanks, Dr. Wayne. Yeah, I appreciate that. You know what's crazy? I'm glad you said that, Dr. Wayne. Yeah, a lot of people I posted this year have done well, like Nick Ball. I didn't know who Nick Ball was last year. Um, yeah, a lot of prospects I've been posting have been doing some good things. Even with this Liam Cameron situation this weekend, that was a good thing because I felt like he was a real good fighter before he got the Ben Whittaker fight. So yeah, it helps a lot. I learned a lot from y'all too in the comment section. A lot of fighters I don't know, like the Mexican heavyweight you guys was talking about the last time. I'm gonna check him out. He looks like the real deal. But yeah, I look at a lot of prospects recently and try to look into certain things, certain fighters from certain countries, and who they fought. I think the next fighters that's everybody's sleeping on though is a lot of African fighters. It's been a lot of guys in Africa that have been fighting this week. A couple of them lost some belts, but I think the upset with who was the guy that got upset by Kafu? Tanaka. I think that was a huge upset. So it's been a lot of African fighters doing some big things in those lower weight classes. But I think Japan and Philippines and Thailand still kind of dominating right now. I'm surprised there's not more Chinese boxers that's involved like Zhilei Zhang is. Yeah, that Haney fight was terrible, bro. I was if the undercard wasn't as good, man, I would have been exhausted by the time that fight was like 2 a.m. it came on. I was tired. The start time for that fight was terrible. Yeah, me too. I usually try to wake up early to catch the UK cards. I used to like watch football instead of like trying to watch the UK cards, but I watch them now. I mean, some of the women fights on there are just too good to pass up, so gotta watch some of those too. Yeah, we don't see it yet. We don't see it yet. It's a lot of them that do have it. It's a lot of them that have that power, but the technique is starting to get there a little bit more. But they do have that Ngannou power though. Seen a lot. I like some MMA, but it's engulfed by wrestling. Seems to be the ideal foundation to have. They don't advance position enough on the ground. In Pride, you were given a yellow card for stalling. Yeah, you're right about that. He is telling the truth. He is telling the truth. They let these guys stall on the ground way too much now. on in UFC. I've noticed that. That's a good point, Dr. Wayne. That's a good point. They let these guys hang around way too much on the ground. I've seen some guys sit in a position where they was already supposed to reset, and they're just letting these guys sit there and burn time. I'm like, nah. I mean, it doesn't have to be action 24/7, but you can't just sit in a position and not really try to submit. So yeah, a lot of that stuff, a lot of the wrestling is kind of just, yeah, it's engulfed by too much wrestling. You're right about that. Yeah, the African Asian matchups has been pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It's been pretty good because a lot of those guys are around the same size and they have long arm reach. Yeah, a lot of those guys are small in size and they have very good arm reach. So yeah, a lot of those fights been good. I didn't think No Shinga was gonna get beat down like that though. Man, he got beat down this week. He got beat down bad. I can't believe he got stopped. It was my first Shakir fight. I didn't really watch the fight. I was gaming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, I enjoyed the fight, bro. I'm not gonna lie, but I have fell asleep on the last two fights. But not because they were boring, but I was just tired by then, but it wasn't because it was boring. I was able to break down the whole fight. But I have fell asleep in a couple of those fights. I mean, the opponents, man, they gotta do something, man. They gotta do something. Yeah, Marco Crocop, yeah. Marco ain't play, man. He talking about Marco Crocop. Yeah, he wasn't playing in Pride. He used to step in. Yeah, he was good. He didn't even let Bob Sapp lean or nothing like that on opponents. Yeah, I miss that guy. Those were some of the best referees. People don't understand. Yeah, Pride had some good referees, man. Pride Fighting is the reason why UFC is so good right now. Pride Fighting was amazing. Man, I missed that. Yeah, after that first Corral fight, I was thinking to myself after that first Corral fight, I was like, how did he let that happen? Then he looked like a different fighter the second fight. I'm like, something's wrong. You can't be that inconsistent. And Corral, he's a tough fighter. He went in there the second fight, boom. Oh yeah, they do. They do come from them poor households. Shh. Them dudes, hey, I done seen some guys, man. A lot of these guys is dangerous. I'm seeing lately. I'm gonna name a few of them, but that Kafu guy who beat Tanaka, man, he did a good job in that fight. Tanaka, a tough fighter. But yeah, a good thing though. I'm glad. But shout out to Japan for not robbing that guy. Japan could have easily robbed him. The fight went 12 rounds. He could have easily said, you know what? Nah, but they scored over there. They doing a good job. They could have robbed the guy. Got to give Japan credit for that one. They didn't rob the guy. Got to give him a lot of credit for that. Yeah, Pride had all sorts of characters. Pride had so much personality. And UFC is still kind of like living off of that. Because I remember Anderson Silva, he was like one of the younger guys that was out of Pride fighting around that time. By the time he got to UFC, he was like in his 30s. But they had so many guys at Pride fighting, and a lot of those guys in UFC that's legends, they came from Pride fighting. And that's what took UFC to the next level. But then UFC started doing the same type of, it was just people weren't getting paid the right way. Everybody else was making money. UFC is good right now, but it was a certain point to where every fight was like a main event. I'm pretty sure people that saw the old fights and realized the Texans cooked the Patriots and the Lions cooked the Cowgirls. That's crazy. Patriots been getting dusted off, and I ain't think the Cowboys was gonna lose again. Cowboys been getting annihilated. Then the Texans just keep losing. I think I bet on the Texans like 2 weeks ago and they lost. Yeah, I know. Kafu, he gotta work on that. He can't just rely on his power all the time. I don't think he gonna hang on to the belt that long. But I think he still will have some kind of upsets. He gotta work on some stuff. If I was him, the first thing I'd do is go try to get some. You ain't gotta switch up everything, but try to get some new trainers in and some new sparring partners. You already got the belt, so kind of take advantage of it. Yeah, those Cuban fighters that's coming up now. Turkey, he said Turkey also involved with UFC, but not really in the matchmaking. I think. Yeah, Turkey don't know much about the matchmaking. He'll put it together, but he don't know nothing. I kind of respect that about him. He ain't trying to fake it. Like, let's just make these fights. Turkey, like, man, I don't know much about UFC. He knows a little bit, but not to the point where he matchmaking. Cuban fighters have been developing more power. That is true. They have been developing more power. They've been getting guys out of the amateurs faster too. I like that a lot more better too. They haven't had guys in the amateurs for years and years. Some of these guys be in the amateurs way too long. I'm seeing a couple of these guys now, like he was talking about the guy at 175, Katiev, Iman Katiev, that a Russian guy. Yeah, 8 fights, 30 years old, 8 fights. I mean, he's probably well prepared, but now he got to try to hurry up and put a lot of fights together. So I think those guys are getting the Cuban fighters out of the amateurs fast. That's pretty good because Morrell has like 8-10 round fights already. I think David Morrell and Ben Whittaker is the same age. And I think David Morrell has like 8 or 9, 10 round fights or something like that. David Morrell has 11 fights. And he has, listen to this. David Morrell has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. David Morrell has 8 12-round fights in his first 11 fights. That is unheard of. To have 8 12-round fights in 11 fights. Some guys don't fight 12-round fights until they get to like 20 fights. Yeah, a combination of Wilder and Whittaker would be sick. I think it'll be a long time for that to happen though. I think it'll be a while for that happens. I don't see nobody in this generation doing it. I haven't seen anybody close yet. Maybe we'll get surprised. But that'll be a good combination though. We might see that though. I would like to see these lower weight classes have more guys like Tank or Pacquiao. I want to see some more Pacquiaos in boxing. Some smaller guys who can move up with power. Yeah, he's the only one that can showbone, by the way. Oh yeah, he wasn't showbone. Hey, he wasn't gonna showboat Saturday. Ben Whittaker was not gonna showboat Saturday. I knew that wasn't gonna happen. That was the smartest thing he did in that fight. He didn't showboat. He gave himself a chance, but he didn't showboat. I knew that wasn't gonna happen. Cameron was too good for it, man. But I'm glad he's. He said the horrendous Canelo Floyd scorecard. You know what? I didn't realize how bad Dr. Wang is right about that. I haven't realized how bad that scorecard was until recently when I had a young guy say, hey man, Canelo, some young guy had told me that, hey, Canelo, he he won on one of the Georgia scorecards. And I'm like, wow. So that's why they did that. So now kids these days, they think that Canelo possibly beat Floyd because he won one of the judges' scorecards. So yeah, judges' scorecards are a curse. Dr. Wang is right. I didn't realize how big of a deal that was until recently, and now I'm like, oh my God. They put down a split decision. If anybody should get a split decision, it should have been oh, he retired? He should have retired. He should have retired. He should have retired. If he trust me, if he got a split decision, Pacquiao should have got a split decision. Pacquiao and Maidana should have got a split decision. Yeah. Yeah, those have been some questionable ones. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's been some questionable ones, especially in the past. It hasn't been as bad this year as people would make it seem. I think in the past, like the Lara, Trout, Triple G, Bivol, those are the bad ones. Especially that Triple G one, because there was so much stuff going on around that time. And Triple G, I think he was like 31, 32 around that age. Might have been older than that. I think he was close to 34. Yeah, he say, yeah. The fans probably made him retire after that. That Canelo fight was wild, man. I said split decision. That's crazy. And that was like one of the best blowouts Floyd had up until that point on a decision. Because we had seen Floyd fight plenty of guys. I think Zab Judah was a close fight. The Oscar fight was closer. So it was a lot of fights that was a lot closer than that fight. So when that scorecard came up, I was like, yeah, that's pretty wild. I'm talking about Floyd almost lost that fight. He was like, whoa. He was shook because when he heard that Canelo won a card, he was like, oh man. Yeah, man, that was a good fight, bro. Was you in here that day? When that fight happened? That was a good fight, man. That was a real good fight. Yeah, you talking about Kurt Scovey. I think that's his name. Yeah, Kurt Scovey. Yeah, he's yeah, we watched that fight. That was a good fight. That Linder guy, he came to fight. I'm not gonna lie, those have been some of my favorite fights this year. Like when Steve Claggett was fighting tough against Teofimo, Linger. I thought that was a good fight. That was probably one of the biggest upsets. He gave Canelo 4 of the last 5 rounds. That is insane. I just seen that fight recently again, and Canelo was taking off all those rounds. He did? He fought recently? Oh man, how could I miss that? Oh, tell me I missed it. Oh yeah, that was Linger who had got him. Yeah, he had got Linger. But then he had turned around and beat the one guy, then knocked out another guy. Yeah, you right. Dang, bro, he just fought 2 weeks ago. I don't know why I haven't noticed that. He fought in Belgium. Man, he fought on the card with a couple of guys I know on there. Yeah, he just fought recently too, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that was a good fight. He'll move down to 35. Yeah, he does look small. I thought he was big at 140, but he's not the same size as he was. I don't know if he's able to keep that muscle on, or he tried to cut back on the muscle, so he won't be carrying too much of that weight class. But 135 would be a very good weight class for him. It really would be. That would be a good weight class for him. Because he's a big guy, but he's not as big as like a Frank Martin is. Frank Martin is still a big guy for that weight class. And Scobie, he's short, more so than he is tall or anything like that. Yeah, a judge gonna mess up themselves, really. It's gonna be one of those times, bro. One of these judges are gonna mess themselves up. You right about that. It's gonna be one of those times. I think that's why they use certain judges all the time, so they can keep their eyes on them. But yeah, it's gonna be one of those times these judges will end up getting hurt. I think Cole is good at 75. I think he's good at 75. It depends on who he fights. You know what I'm saying? At 75, he can fight some guys where you could say, hey man, you might as well go to 168. You're gonna fight those guys. So it depends on who he fights. At 75, I think 75 is such a hot division right now that he should try to go to 75 and try to make his name at 75. I think 68 is gonna get too hot right now. 68 is gonna get serious in a minute. Because you got a lot of guys from 160 that's gonna come up to 68. I think Janovic's gonna come up soon. By the end of next year, Janovic gonna be 168. And I think Cole, he's gonna be at 75. I think 68 gonna be loaded because they got guys like Pacheco and other guys at 68. Iglesias. It's a lot of guys at 168 when you really think about it. Even with Canelo just sitting there, even with him not fighting Morrell or Benavidez, it's still a lot of guys at 68. And Billy's there. It's a lot of people. Those two weight classes, you can find fights. But I think Cole, he can do a lot more at 75 if he wants to. I think losing those 7 pounds will be critical going into a fight. That's just one more thing you got to think about. But I think he'll be good at 75. We'll see how he looks on this Jerron Ennis card. And after that, if he look like he's developing, yeah, he should move up and try to fight a Katiev or somebody like that. Katiev got 8 fights. I think Khalil Cole got around 8 fights. Yeah, catch Katiev while you can, and then they'll put him in position. If Khalil Cole could knock off a guy like Katiev right now, he'll be all right for the next year or so as far as his ranking and his place in the division. He wouldn't have to worry about much. Yeah, I like the Latino card. I like it. I like the Latino night card. I like it because most likely the winner is gonna fight Apatow, so I like that card. I think that's one of the best cards in November. And it's gonna be a good week of boxing because I think Tyson is fighting around that time. When is that Latino night card gonna be? November 16th. And you got Tyson versus Jake Paul date. And they're fighting November 15th. So Jake Paul and Mike Tyson are fighting on the 15th, and then that's gonna be a good weekend of boxing. And then Zurdo Ramirez fights the next day. That's gonna be a very good week of boxing. That's gonna be a very good week of boxing. November is gonna be loaded. It's probably gonna be the biggest month of boxing we had in a long time. First fight. Oh, you talking about Oscar Palazzo? Oscar Collazo? I know who Oscar Collazo is. I have did a breakdown on that too. That fight card is deep. Yeah, I know who Collazo is. If that's who you talking about on the straw weights. Yeah, that fight card is gonna be good. I like that card. It might be the best one because all those fights are close. All those guys are like borderline, trying to be champions, contenders, or they are contenders. Oh, what am I looking for Cole? I want to see him consistently be able to fight on the outside and then switch it up and pressure these guys late in the fight because I think he's such a good fighter. I want to see him pressure these guys late in the fight, but I want to see him be on the outside a little bit more. Kind of like what Troy Isley did in his last fight when he was kind of taking his time on the outside. Then as the fight went on, he was pressuring the inside. I think he needs to fight that way, especially at 175. Because I'm noticing a lot of guys these days, they don't really try certain things in fights. And then when they get to a certain fight, they want to try certain things and it just doesn't work out. Yeah, I want to see Cody Crawley fight. I think Cody Crawley will be back in the game soon. I want to see Cody Crawley fight. He got a retina issue, so that's a big deal. A lot of these guys, they retire because of that. I know Abner Mares, he's not fight. He hasn't fought in years, probably like 5 years, probably longer than that because of his retina issue. He was supposed to fight Tank Davis a long time ago. But sometimes that retina issue is a real problem. So Cody Crawley could be out because of that for a long time, but it depends. It's a red flag though because it's not fixed already. Yeah, they did the open scoring for that Trout and Canelo fight. It hasn't been good ever since. And then a lot of these boxers start to press in the middle of the fight. Zay Moses making his fight debut. Haven't heard too many people saying it. I was waiting on when that was gonna happen. Yeah, I'm ready to see that. Yeah, I like him. I like how he boxes. I thought people like kickboxing. Don't those guys in like kickboxing or what's the other one called? You remember when they man, I forgot the in martial arts. What's the What's the martial art form called? I don't know if y'all ever seen that movie Best of the Best, but they do open scoring on there where you got to take a guy down or do a certain striking move. It might be jujitsu. I don't know what it is. Hold on. No, it's not jujitsu. So I don't know. Is it taekwondo? Something like that. But yeah, they have some kind of martial art form where they do open scoring. They do that all the time. Oh, I didn't know they did open scoring. I had to go back and look at that. I didn't know that. They was probably testing it out. That's a good idea. Yeah, I don't think in Japan the open scoring is really needed. Like I said, I've seen their scoring this week. It was pretty fair. They were doing some good scoring on those cards. That was pretty fair. Once I seen them give the fight to Kafu instead of Tanaka, I was like, yeah, that's pretty fair scoring. They've been doing a good job scoring. They could have easily gave the fight to Inoue. So I seen their scoring when they gave him a Tanaka a loss. But that's how it's supposed to be though. That's definitely how boxing is supposed to be. Shouldn't be worried about giving guys. In Japan, they do some good scoring though. I didn't expect Inoue and Tanaka to get a loss based off the way they fought because the fight was close. Could have leaned towards either way. So yeah, Japan does some great scoring. I said that recently, but wasn't too mad at that one. Yeah, it's kind of hard to go out there and fight actually because if you lose, you know it's unless it's something outside the ring, but as far as inside the ring and the scoring, you know you're gonna have a good chance. Yeah, it be so much stuff. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Give an explanation as to why you scored it that way. Yeah, they could easily do that with, especially if it's a main event fight. Because most time they don't have that many decisions on a fight card. So on a main event, you could easily give a reason why you scored the first 4 rounds this way, the second 4 rounds this way, the third, fourth rounds. That's probably take 5 or 6 words to do that. It wouldn't take that long. Yeah, and a lot of these judges are old too. They got some old judges. But it looks like these judges be already writing in certain scores. They just write in certain scores at a certain point. You said in Japan they like aggression. They like aggression in Saudi Arabia too. They like aggression in Saudi. Um, they score a fight like in UK more on boxing. I've seen in the UK they'll pick the boxer over the aggression. I haven't. If I would have known that, I would have knew a couple of more fights. I would have picked the boxer. But they like guys who can box and they score decent in the UK. In Japan, they like aggression. I agree with that though. That's the best way to describe it. Yeah, they don't like the moving around that much in Japan. They don't like it. And I've seen some guys from Japan who actually was doing a good job moving around the ring, but yeah, they like the pressure and the ring generalship. That's a real big deal to them, which it makes sense. Oh yeah, you fighting everybody in the ring. And these days you're fighting your trainer too because a lot of these trainers, man, sometimes they'll take a fight off if they get paid enough. These guys will take a fight off, man. These trainers are dangerous. It's dangerous to have trainers. Especially when you leave a trainer, he's talking about you like, man, I was just with that trainer. So I think a trainer is more dangerous than a judge, ref, or a fighter because he can directly hurt a fighter and knowingly do it. Yeah, I know that was insane to me. Those scorecards for Hutchinson, that was horrible. Those scorecards for him when he got wasn't that a split decision? If that's the case, then Craig Richards should have been a split decision with Hutchinson. That was a close fight. Should have been a split decision in that fight. Yeah, man, they almost robbed Buatsi. Hey, speaking of Buatsi, do you think that? Man, I don't know who Buatsi is jumping the ring with right now. Would you put Buatsi in the ring with a Dave? Come on, man. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, every time I want to score these fights in a good light, they do stuff like that. Yeah, he was supposed to fight Yard. Yard don't want to do business with Frank Warren no more. Frank Warren and Yard thing, he just talking about he don't want nobody to own him and stuff. Nobody owns me. So he wants to reign free. A lot of these guys, they want to go with Ben Shalom and they want to go with Boxer. Boxer a good platform right now. They got some decent fighters on there. They got Adam Azim. They got Yard over there. Couple of other guys. He said, yeah, in the UFC when Sean O'Malley fought Rob, first 10 seconds up, my team would give instructions to Rob to confuse him saying his name and he trash talk. I couldn't even hear that. That's so funny. Hey, that's funny. Bro, that's why sometimes I miss hearing the sound because of stuff like that. That's hilarious. So, Anthony Yarde fighting this weekend. Tim Tszyu fighting this weekend. What was the other fight that was on? William Skull versus Vladimir Shishkin. They're fighting over Canelo's old belt. That IBF 168 belt he lost. What else? Francis Ngannou's fighting this weekend on PFL. It's gonna be early though. It's gonna be like 4 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I'm going live all Saturday. I'm going live for all of them. Yeah, I'm going live with for the Tim Tszyu fight. I'm gonna be on here for the Ngannou fight. I'm gonna watch the Vladimir Shishkin fight. Yeah, him and Skull is like, they're not power punchers, so it's gonna be kind of a slow fight, but I don't know. Maybe it can turn into something different. Because both of those guys are like slow pace, so yeah, those are the fights that are gonna happen. Don't know too much about undercards right now. Kind of looking through those things. But Chris Colbert fights tonight. I'm gonna be back on live for that. But yeah, Chris Colbert fights on Pro Box tonight, so I'm gonna watch those. And I heard Steve Claggett fights tomorrow, but that's not a fight I'm gonna be checking out. Because I don't know, unless I can get it. Looks like it's in another. I don't know. Maybe I can get the Claggett fight. I don't know. But yeah, those most of the fights is happening. And then next week, Jack Catterall fights Regis Prograis. But yeah, we got Tim Tszyu, Adam Azim, Harl Davies, this William Skull and Shishkin fight, and we got Ngannou. So that's 4 good fights on this weekend. He said the great Steve Claggett. Yeah, man. Claggett hanging in there. Yeah, I like Steve Claggett. Yeah, Claggett hanging in there, man. There's a lot of people fighting. Steve Claggett's with Eye of the Tiger. Yeah, also Iglesias, Iglesias Iglesias, he's fighting on Eye of the Tiger. I think it's like November 7th or the 9th or something like that. I think it's the 7th. So he's on the card too. Not on that card, but he's on Eye of the Tiger card. Yeah, it's gonna be a good main event on every week. And it's gonna be hey. Yeah, it does. Yeah, Pro Box is nostalgia, bro. It's like you watching the old school, and then it feels weird because boxing's on a Wednesday. Yeah, it does. A lot of people miss out on it, but some good fights on there. And the good thing you know about it is a lot of these guys are fighting for real chances to fight somebody or a championship fight. Can Andre upset Charlo? I don't know. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I think the activity. I think he'll have a good chance. They're not fighting right now. They're not fighting next, as far as I've heard, unless it's like an emergency. Right now, they got Charlo fighting this guy that Boots Ennis spars with. Charlo's fighting Boots Ennis sparring partner right now. But I think that Andre could possibly be the next fight. It all depends on what goes on with Caleb Plant. But I think Charlo could be the next fight though. Yeah, Saturday is busy. I think Andre can upset Charlo, but Charlo hasn't been active that much. Wasn't really super. Besides the weight between I don't want to use weight as an excuse because that sounds crazy. But besides the weight that Andre was like the obvious weight difference that him and Benavidez had, he didn't do nothing bad in the fight, but he kind of had the same situation as Spence, where it was like they were coming forward, boxing and everything, but it was just that one or two shot that they couldn't dodge that kept putting them down or they just couldn't get past. But I think that's a close fight though. Oh yeah, yo yo Ennis Talese, yeah. I keep getting him confused because they got another guy named Yo Elvis. So every time I see that name, I'm like, okay, they talking about Yo Elvis, but yeah, he fights on the card too. I'm gonna do a fight prediction about him. I forgot. Yeah, I was gonna do one about him too. I haven't really covered that guy before. I've seen him plenty of times. Yeah, Jermaine Ortiz is fighting on the zone, which is pretty surprising. I know people gonna get tired of it, but I'm gonna have to put out a prediction video like every day. I might have to do like 4 prediction videos a day. A lot of people don't know these fights are coming out, so I don't want to just announce the fight every time and then I gotta do a prediction video. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of it's gonna be a lot of times where it's gonna be a fight on a Friday and on a Saturday. Hey, I like that though. I like that. I like having 2 fights 2 days in a row. Oh yeah. Schofield is fighting on the second. Yeah, that fight card is kind of good too. They have like 3 or 4 good fights on that fight card. I think Darius Fulgham on that fight card. I don't know about Scrappy Ramirez. When he come back? Yeah, I'm trying to see when Scrappy Ramirez gonna return. He had a tough fight when he was fighting on that Haney score fight card. Yeah, he hasn't fought. Yeah, Scrappy Ramirez ain't fought since the Haney fight. Man, he got to get back in the gym, man. You said you wish you was all fights all throughout the week. Yeah, it will be. It's gonna be like that soon. November it will. Hey, in November, when November comes, matter of fact, it's happening now, really, because we got a fight tonight. Got a fight coming on tonight. I think it's gonna be a fight Friday on, but yeah, it's gonna be fights on Mondays. Yeah, it's been fights on all week because we had fight on Friday, then Saturday, Bitterview came on, then Sunday we had no Shingle fight. Then that Sunday morning we had Inoue's brother fight. Then on Monday we had Nakatani fight. We didn't have a fight yesterday. Then today we have a fight with Chris Colbert. So yeah, we've had like 6 fights the last couple of days. Chris Colbert and some other guy. I forgot the other guy's name. He's on Pro Box. I think I'll repost it on my page right now so people will know. But it's gonna be on Pro Box. I wonder what time it comes on, because usually lately I've been jumping up and the fights haven't been. Chris Colbert comes on at 6:30, so that must mean the fight starts at 7 o'clock. Oh yeah, they got some good fights on there. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's gonna be some good fights on there. Yeah, November is jam packed, bro. You know November is jam packed when everybody's forgetting that Tyson and Jake Paul thing going on, and then you got Boots Ennis, then you got Zerto and all those guys, and then you have well, Ortiz, he just got added, but then you got Keyshawn Davis and all these guys getting added. So November's gonna be packed. I like it, man. This is a good step up for the year. Cause we need a lot of these fights to step up, and this is gonna be the best month where these fights actually step up and get made. There's too many fighters in boxing to where a lot of guys can't get a fight every month or 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, really, because you need to train still. But every 4 months, a lot of these guys should be in the gym. It's like the more technology we got, the less these guys fight or get in the gym or get in the ring, really. The way technology is now, we should be fighting every couple of months. Yeah, this is gonna be a very good fight, though. I definitely can't wait. Let me go ahead and yeah, I'll go live for this. Yeah, December gonna get everything ready for next year. I think they're still adding fights for December. Then we have Rovici Ramirez and Espinoza just got added. Rafael Espinoza, Rovici Ramirez. Um, they're gonna be the co-main event. I can't believe they made it a co-main event though. So they made Rovici Ramirez and Rafael Espinoza the co-main event to all right. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Oh yeah, don't worry about it, bro. I'm probably gonna dip in a minute. Nello, son. I'm finna I'm finna go ahead and dip in a minute because I gotta come back later on for this Chris Colbert fight. But yeah, I'm gonna be back on here later on. Exactly. He said with a warm drink and it's snowing outside. Who do you want to? Oh, Tony Harrison at 160. Tony Harrison at 160. That is a good question. Tony Harrison at 160. It's probably a fight that's too late for a lot of people, but I would like to see. I wouldn't mind seeing I wouldn't mind seeing Julian J Rock. I know that's probably a fight that's probably passed to a lot of people. Tony Harrison. I think a fight with Ian Green would be good. I think Denzel Bentley would be good. Tyrone Davis would be good. And either Ammo Williams or I don't know about Troy Osley. I think Troy Osley could, but I think Joey Spencer just a little too young right now. I don't know about Shaquille Thompson. Shaquille Thompson only like 27, so I mean Shaquille Thompson could do it, but with the amount of fights he got, I don't know. It's not a lot of guys around his age. A lot of guys in that weight class are young. Oh, see, they got Yo Elvis Gomez. Yeah, you can. I don't know. That's some tough matchups. So they got J Rock on here, but they got him like all the way at the bottom. Yeah, I think Tony got a lot of experience compared to these other guys. They got a lot of guys who's like borderline or have. Then the guy who lost his weekend, Eubank, sure is meta. I think Tony Harrison better than he is. Oh, that's a good question though. They got Aaron McKenna. I don't know if Aaron McKenna is ready for a Tony Harrison now at 160. He a little young. But these guys getting a ring, I'm like, yeah, he got a lot of experience. Shane Mosley Jr. would be a good fight. That would be a good fight. Cause I know Tony Harrison ain't been 160 before. Denzel Bentley, this would be a first fight. He could mess with somebody in Australia again. Tapia, I don't know about Zarify. Ammo Williams, he got a couple of options. I know Ammo Williams got an 8-rounder. Ian Green, he got a couple of fighters he can fight. Cordell Booker, that'll be a good one. Cordell Booker is a good one. Yeah, I like that one. I like Cordell Booker one. Yeah, he got some fights he can make out there. A lot of these guys are in different places in their career. Yeah, the Marquise Taylor fight. Yeah, I like all those fights. Yeah, I think 160 is just so wide open right now. It's kind of hard to tell. I think if Tony just step in the picture at 160 and make some moves, I think he'll be all right. He makes some moves at 160. I think he'll be good. Yeah, I definitely think he will. But yeah, man, I just wanted to chop it up with y'all. I'm probably be on here later on. Well, I will be on here later on for that fight, Truth. You gonna watch the fight later on, Truth? I'm gonna try to watch that fight, Chris Colbert. I'm trying to catch the whole fight card too. I think the co-main event gonna be good too. But yeah, I definitely want to see Tony Harrison back in the ring. I was hoping he didn't take a long layoff after the Charlo fights. He's been out for a while. Then he jumped in with the Tim Tszyu fight. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely check out this Cobra fight later on. I'm gonna be back later on. Try to check these fights out. Yeah, I'm gonna be back. I think it's gonna be a good fight, man. I think it will be. I think it actually will be a good fight. Chris Colbert is usually in a good fight, to be honest with you. Chris Colbert usually, if you think about most of his fights be entertaining. I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, okay, this guy's, he puts on shows, even though he got knocked out by Rayo recently. Most of his fights are entertaining. The Hector Garcia fight was good. So yeah, I'm gonna go out here and check him out. Yeah, appreciate that, man. Everybody like and subscribe. I'm gonna definitely be on later on. Appreciate that, Truth. I'm holler at you. Nello, I'm gonna hit you later on. I'm gonna see you back on here. I know you gotta go get something to eat. Earl, let me see.